2, 1. Hello and welcome, everyone, to another Sunday show. This time we revisit a topic we covered, I believe it was 4 weeks ago, perhaps 5, and that is the ongoing war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. I think last time we did it was on the 22nd of February, so it was 2/22/22. This time it's 3/27, which is not a date of any real significance. Oh well. So anyway, joining me tonight, we have Dr. John Dreeze, we have Michael Kraemer, we have Sean Chick. And our plan of attack tonight, we're going to kind of redo, or go back and look at some of the origins of the war. I'm going to do something with my mic real fast, hang on. So, we're going to go back and look at the origins of the war, how it happened, how it might have been avoided under slightly different circumstances. We will look at the developments that have happened, so things we've learned about both militaries. We'll look at some of the progress that the Russians have made. There's also news about a Ukrainian counterattack as of yesterday. So there's a lot to talk about, and we'll also talk about what we think will happen in the end, the political ramifications, whether the sanctions have been effective, just all the different issues that come up when we talk about this conflict. So, now that we've got that out of the way, how's everybody doing this evening?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, doing all right. Very busy.
Yeah.
Lots of tours, lots of writing deadlines, submitting a book on Battle of Nashville, finishing an essay on Beauregard in Mexico for a collection. And yeah, so it's a very full plate today. Very full plate the last few weeks.
Yeah, I feel ya. I've been teaching a couple of accelerated courses, and I'm way behind on the grading, because an accelerated course every week is 2 weeks of a normal course. And it's hard on students, but it's also hard as hell if you teach. And also,
Right.
Well, that's how I teach.
Oh, go ahead.
That's how I teach full time. I teach on a 4-week block, where it's 3 hours of class every day, 5 days a week. So grading sucks on that schedule.
Yeah, no, it does. And it's one of those things where unless you can't really be very dedicated to grading and responding to students unless you basically have the rest of the class on autopilot. And if you have them to shit out lectures during that time and process them, upload them, do all that,
That's pretty much what I did all of last year. I had to teach 4 brand new courses like that last year.
Yeah, it's not good. It's a bad format. It really needs to be changed. The people who run universities are incredibly incompetent when it comes to just the purely academic side of things. They have no comprehension of what learning in a college environment looks like. But
I think it not to go too far down a rabbit hole. I think it works at some institutions where there's a culture of classes like that. Like at my school, Cornell, it's not very many schools kind of teach on the schedule we do, but we've been on the schedule for 40 or 50 years now, so it kind of works. The whole kind of the culture, the institution, the administration is geared towards that type of learning, and it's definitely a steep learning curve. But I think in the right context, it can work.
yeah.
Anyway,
So, there's that. All right. Well, let's talk about how this war came to happen. So, I guess the debate tends to be whether NATO should have expanded east after the fall of the Soviet Union and the collapse of the Warsaw Pact. Of course, that's what Putin referenced in his what people are now calling the blood and soil speech about before he invaded Ukraine. And I think it's been a debate for many years about what NATO should do in regard to advancing eastward. So, any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting, and I'm curious, Dreeze, about your take on this as well.
how far back in history do you start this, right? Like, because we could go all the way back to the good old days of the Tsarist Empire.
Repartitioning Poland again.
Yeah, right. But I think we do at least need to go back to the fall of the Soviet Union, because I think that's actually really important. Because the context of NATO expansion, and I will say also European Union expansion, which I think is very important to the story. In fact, perhaps more important to the story than NATO expansion is.
Really?
All that comes from 1991. All that comes from the fall of the Soviet Union. And all of these newly created Eastern European countries looking west and saying they want to be a part of Europe. And what does that mean? That means being a part of the European Union. And since the European Union doesn't have a common defense policy, that meant for a lot of these countries that were paranoid of Russian aggression to join NATO. So when we, I guess what I'll simply say is when we talk about whether NATO should have expanded or not, I think it's important to not just say how it's not like George W. Bush just shut up and say, "Hey, come join NATO." All of these Eastern European countries wanted to join, and many other European countries supported them joining as well. We're not the only players here. That's a very convenient narrative for Russia to sort of peddle, because it's the big bagged U.S. controlling stuff. But that's actually not the case. And these countries have their own will. Now, strategically, whether we should have supported that or not, I think is another question.
No, I definitely think that you're right there, Mike. If you kind of like even go back, before 1991 or when the Soviet Union fell, this was kind of the first time that these countries had been independent. Some of them for forever, or some of them, they'd been kind of out from the they hadn't been under Soviet domination like in the interwar period. You had like the Baltic states, but this was kind of the first time in a long time that they had the freedom to do what they wanted. They were not under Soviet domination. They were not under Imperial Russian domination or old German Imperial or Austro-Hungarian domination. And now they had, the choice and ability to pursue what foreign policy they wanted to pursue. And a lot of them were like, we just spent several decades under Soviet rule. Screw that. We want to join the West, join the EU, join NATO. And so I definitely think that you're right there. It's not so much, I think you can make some kind of argument that, is NATO expanding or, should NATO have expanded? You might be able to debate that to an extent, but it's kind of portraying, kind of like you put, George Bush didn't just be like, we're going to expand and absorb all these countries into NATO. There were countries that wanted to join. There's the whole debate about, the expansion of NATO causing this problem. I think that's what Mearsheimer at the University of Chicago has been calling for. An argument like that robs these smaller Eastern European states of any sense of sovereignty or of any sense of having any way to govern their own path. And in making that argument that NATO expanding caused Russia to launch this war, it is adhering to a Russian kind of view of the world, that where great powers, larger countries that have large militaries, large economies, have the ability and should have the right to dictate policy and politics to smaller countries, that the sovereignty of smaller countries is less important than the sovereignty of larger countries.
Right.
I have my disagreements with that overall. We were within power to tell these countries no. Very understandably, though, they want to join. Their joining, of course, created a problem. Russia also inquired about joining NATO, but there's no way you can have Poland and Russia together in NATO, given their history. At the other hand of things, I have a lot of doubts about the sovereignty of small countries as compared to larger ones. Granted, within their borders, they can do certain domestic things as they choose. But truly ask yourself, what happened to Cuba once they aligned themselves to Russia? Or, for that matter, any other country that would want to go its own way. So, unless you're somebody like Israel or Saudi Arabia, where you have enough leverage over America to where you can essentially flip them the bird, you are going to be subordinated to the more powerful country. America is very good at dressing that up, and we do have a lot of benefits we give countries, but we do know how to bring the hammer down if you're not going to comply, and we want you to. So, call me a Neersheimer on that one, or a 19th century guy, but I think that's the overall realistic appraisal of the way that less powerful countries interact with larger ones. Naturally, of course, places like Poland and Hungary want to join NATO because they understood, because they have a long-term memory, that it was only a matter of time before Russia got back on its feet one way or the other. I mean, the Russians have been down this road before of economic and even military ruin and then coming back. But in some ways, one of the things this really goes back to is not just NATO and the end of the Cold War. We also have to consider Russian history, a nation that is invaded in World War II by a country whose express goal is to annihilate them. Previous to that is the First World War, where Kaiser's Germany seized more land from Russia, in many ways up to the border of what Russia is today. And that is only voided by the defeat of Germany in 1918. We also have the fact that when Russia was defeating the Turks in the 1870s, the other European countries got together essentially to make sure that they would never make it to Constantinople. And then last but not least, we have the Crimean War, where the feeling that Russia had was that their former ostensible allies of the Congress of Vienna, Britain and France, invade the Crimea. And not just that, you have Austria-Hungary's betrayal, which is not too much commented upon around here, but it's worth noting. The Russians had saved the Habsburg monarchy in 1848 and 49. The Habsburgs repaid them not only by not helping them in the Crimean War, but in threatening war with them. For that reason, Russia's entire foreign policy up until the fall of the Tsar was, if Austria-Hungary's for it, we're against it. And I think all those things should be borne in mind.
No.
Just a real quick thing off of Sean's point there about 1848. Yeah, the Tsar Nicholas I did kind of save it was Franz Joseph. He just become the emperor. He kind of saved his ass. And then when the Austro-Hungarians didn't support the Russians later, the Tsar had actually had a framed portrait of the Austrian emperor in his office, and he turned it around so that it would face the wall. And from that point forward, Nicholas I referred to Franz Joseph as the ingrate.
That's great.
But it's almost interesting with the Crimean War that, they're upset with France and Britain, of course, but man, they really hate Austria after that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But, I think, Sean, those are all valuable points. I disagree with your sentiment, the degree to which sort of the U.S. is sort of heavy-handed in Europe. They're not as much. We're heavy-handed elsewhere. But that's
because Europe's compliant. Europe within my lifetime has only really defied America on the question of the Iraq War, and even that was relatively fleeting.
They're compliant because they have shared interests, though. And they have shared interests for very specific historical reasons. And I guess what I wanted to get at as well. So first off, I think it is important to look at it and see, okay, so how are the Russians viewing this? And it can be true that we can understand that the Russians are paranoid about NATO because NATO expanded to their borders, and that is a fairly understandable reason to be paranoid. I get it from their perspective. It's also worth to note, though, one of the reasons these countries want to join NATO is because of the very specific actions the Soviet Union took in the late 20th century against these countries. And those are
most certainly. Most certainly, Prague Spring, Hungary, all the rest.
Yeah, Prague Spring, Hungary, how they responded to Solidarność, how Russian colonizers came into the Baltic states, took the best jobs, and they treated the sort of national populations there like crap and tried to remove their language often. Like, this sort of stuff did not endear those local populations to the Soviet Union. And it's worth to know, the Soviet Union didn't act the same way everywhere, right? So you look at some other areas of ethnic minorities in not only within the Soviet Union, but also within the Russian section of the Soviet Union. Like, for instance, the Buryats were treated fairly well by the Soviet Union, and, you know, there's no Buryat independence movement, right?
Yes.
So I think that's actually really important to note, that while the Russians may have degrees of paranoia from the early 20th century, a lot of these Eastern European countries have very understandable paranoias from just, 40 years ago.
And I would,
Of course, Russia. Oh yeah, go ahead. I'll add in afterwards.
I would add on to that. Like, yeah, I understand the kind of the layers of paranoia that Russia has about NATO expanding to its borders, and NATO was set up specifically to combat Soviet expansionism, especially after the Berlin airlift and crisis in the late 40s. But I also think that while the Russians are paranoid of NATO expansion, they're not paranoid of NATO invading Russia, because there's no evidence of a mass mobilization of NATO forces in the 90s or in the past 20 years. In fact, one thing that has kind of been clear with just the news and information out there is that NATO is in no real shape right now to wage a major land war. Like, it has some, I think, fast moving or fast deploying units, but I think it was the former deputy supreme commander of NATO. He's been given a lot of interviews, and he said things along the lines of in the Cold War, NATO had whole armor divisions from different European countries and from the United States deployed throughout Europe, and at present NATO doesn't have full armor divisions anymore. They've been kind of downgraded to smaller unit sizes. So while the Russians have been paranoid about NATO expansionism, there is absolutely no evidence and no plans anywhere for an aggressive war into Russia. It's all, this idea of an aggressive NATO, it's all, fabricated or the machinations of, or it's what Putin dreams about in his nightmares. This idea of an aggressive NATO.
Really? Wow, I don't agree with that, but I know what you're trying to say here, and I get what you mean in the short term. And it should be noted that NATO in the 1980s, I was looking at the military forces back then, you'd be surprised how many units the Dutch were deploying. NATO is very much a fully militarized defensive alliance. And of course, it has a very vital, very vital mission it fulfills. It prevents a war in Europe. That being said, and mind you, everybody, I am not a person who's of the opinion that there are good guys and bad guys in most wars, and I certainly don't feel this way in this one either. And in any contest between America and Russia, Russia, of course, has a horrible record, and so does the United States of America. The two things about NATO is, one, are they aggressive right now or capable of it? No. In fact, I'd say that's one of the reasons this invasion happened is because of how enfeebled the NATO military infrastructure is. On the other hand, how do you know how NATO is going to feel in 10 to 20 years or even 30? The idea that NATO would never invade Russia, right now, of course not. In 5 years, probably not. 20 years? I don't know. A lot of different things can happen in between then, especially if you start having a massive energy crisis and they want to seize oil. And I know that may sound like a flight of fancy, but I'm just saying, if you want to take it on a long-term point of view, the last thing on earth I would want is explicitly an alliance against my country on my borders, a country, once again, known for being invaded. On the other hand, NATO already has an aggressive posture against Russia. Now, the actions aren't strictly military in the sense of, Russian panzer divisions across the plains, but, keep in mind, when there were protests against Putin in 2011, 2012 time, we were cheerleading those. We would like nothing more than to depose him, and this is before he ever sent a soldier into Crimea. And I think a lot of this also has to do with the death of Gaddafi. That freaked out a lot of strong men across the world who had been making deals with America because he treated with us. No matter how you feel about it, he treated with us, and we paid him back by bombing his country and ensuring he was killed.
Yeah.
And at that moment, places like China and Russia, you can see that they start to treat us more coldly. They have less trust after that moment.
And this is where I actually agree with the argument a little bit more. The expansion of NATO, I don't know. Like, I personally think it's worth it because, like, again, I like self-determination. But what I will say is, I think we don't talk enough about the invasion of Iraq and how that affects how the Russians think of the United States. Because at the exact same time NATO's expanding, we go in guns blazing with hundreds of thousands of troops into a sovereign country and topple the dictator and talk about how great we are, right? Like,
true. Yeah.
And I think that spooked Russia, actually, pretty substantially. And I do wonder whether they would have taken such an aggressive Ukraine policy if we never invaded Iraq.
This is something that I wasn't thinking about, but now you mentioned, I remember at the time that Russia had, I mean, they weren't going to support us, they weren't sending troops in, but they kind of gave us a partial green light on it. They said it's okay. And then you start noticing right after that is when you start getting a lot of reports in Russia about, reporters going missing and about Putin. I mean, and keep in mind, the Russian political system in the 90s was already pretty damn corrupt. I mean, we poured money into the stuff with Yeltsin, which is another thing to keep in mind, too. The humiliation Russians felt with Western economists going in there, destroying their country in the 90s. So they... you do see Putin becoming more like the strongman we know today, right after the Iraq War. That's a really good line of thought. I think there's a lot of truth in that.
Anna Politkovskaya, the journalist who tried to uncover human rights abuses in the Second Chechen War, is killed in 2005.
That was a big one. I remember that one.
Just for some context, yeah.
Yeah, and you start getting other... But go ahead, man.
No. I was say I see your point there, Sean, with the kind of the aggressive actions. I hadn't really considered kind of the Mussolini of Gaddafi, as I like to call it. But no, that's an interesting point to make. But it's still like. I don't know. I'm still, Putin has this idea of like NATO being the arch enemy of Russia, and while it was created that way, and it still is kind of this anti-Russian bloc, I think there is still an element of irrational paranoia, kind of driving this kind of Russian fear of NATO. But that's I guess that's kind of my interpretation of it.
Yeah,
and actually,
we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. I think it's purely rational on my end, But rational doesn't mean good, by the way. Whether you should indulge it,
right? Well, so on that point, I do kind of want to turn the conversation to what exactly happened in Ukraine, all the way from the Orange Revolution to 2014 to now. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, before we do that, because I think that is a good question to ask. The other question that has come up, and something I wasn't aware of until just now, somebody brought up in chat. So the line that there was a promise from NATO not to advance eastward, apparently that came from a conversation between Mikhail Gorbachev and Secretary of State James Baker in 1990.
That was one of them. There was also a reaffirmation of that afterwards with the one of the heads of NATO, I forget his name, and in a discussion with Yeltsin. So the promise was made a few times, although it was never written down, which is always the big one, right? Get this shit in writing, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, because not with Yeltsin, but with Gorbachev, I mean, of course, the way the West could get out of that one would be by saying, well, we assumed the Soviet Union would survive, so, it doesn't count now because there is no Soviet Union. But obviously,
null and void.
It's the same state as Putin, so that kind of, yeah. But I mean, yeah, the thing about unwritten promises is that they're not really worth anything.
Yeah,
and that kind of.
A part of me is like, idiot for accepting. I'm sorry, just saying, like, a part of me has always been like, wow, you just accepted a handshake, huh? You know.
But I think that kind of touches on a point I think Sean mentioned earlier about whether Russia could join NATO, or I think there was a brief period of time. My knowledge of this specific era is a little fuzzy, where Russia might have been interested in joining NATO in the late '90s or early 2000s, and my understanding of the situation is that was never seriously considered.
Yeah, I mean, because my whole thought on NATO, and I guess I must be in an extreme minority for this, but I think that when the Cold War ended and there was no Warsaw Pact, there shouldn't have been a NATO either. Because at that point, NATO's stated purpose for existence, to stop Soviet expansion, is no longer relevant. I mean, it no longer has a purpose.
My defense of my defense of NATO existing is that it does serve one very important function. It prevents another more general land war in Europe. And I know we have Russia and Ukraine duking it out right now, but I mean, it's meant to avoid what Europe had been having for centuries, just near constant warfare.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would have been a way to...
Or if it didn't have constant warfare.
I mean, maybe you could keep...
Or if not constant warfare, just really bad ones.
It probably needs to be It probably needs to be refounded or reaffirmed and given a new mission statement. So that way it doesn't look like it's a relic of a bygone era that's there just to stave off a country that is no longer what it was. Because I can definitely see how it's really easy for Putin to look at NATO and then sell it to his supporters as NATO is here to threaten us.
I think that goes to a point that Mike said earlier, and I think I might be cutting Mike off.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, it was like you mentioned how we have the EU, and the EU
exactly.
it developed in stages over the Cold War in the 90s, basically to be like, hey, Europe and fellow European countries, remember how we've spent like hundreds of centuries upon centuries fighting these wars? Let's now find some commonality with economic issues,
right,
so that we don't fight these big wars anymore. And there was no military angle to the EU because that's what NATO was for.
Exactly.
Or if you were in the Eastern Bloc, that was the Warsaw Pact was for. And when the Warsaw Pact disappeared and the Soviet Union collapsed, it was like, well, this just kind of continued with the momentum of the status quo. NATO works well enough at the moment, and the EU is working well enough at the moment, so there probably wasn't any big motivation for things to change.
Well, that's true.
And I think that's actually the big thing. The EU does not have a common defense policy or common defense budget or army. There was a big debate in the late 90s and early 2000s about creating one, but they were like, we have NATO. And also, I will say later, with Brexit, Britain was the biggest component of creating the combined army, and they're gone now. So, but you do wonder, if NATO was dissolved in 1990, would you have a common European Union, a EU army, a EU military? And would that have served as the bogeyman for poor Putin, right? So I actually think the EU is in some ways more important to the story than NATO is. And we'll get into this once we get into the history of Ukraine. But I think it's actually really important to understand this conflict.
Yeah.
I have one quick question, Michael. I was under the impression that Russia was not terribly, for lack of a better word, frightened by the EU.
They aren't because
did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they aren't because they don't have a common defense policy. But we'll talk about this with 2014, because I think that's really important. The whole debate in 2014 with Yanukovych was all about joining the EU. It wasn't about them joining NATO. And that's when Russia invaded. So there's a public line Putin and the Russian media is pushing right now about NATO, but it doesn't fully fit with actually how this conflict started.
And I think that kind of again goes back to some of Putin's larger goals, where he wants dominance over this country that he feels should be in his sphere of influence, and Ukraine trying to go to NATO, or sorry, Ukraine thinking about joining the EU, that set Putin off kind of on this road that we're on.
Yeah. So actually, Derek, do you mind if we jump into Ukrainian history, or
let's talk about Ukraine. And you said from the Orange Revolution to the present, or
because I think that's actually a really good place to start. So, sort of the background here is the Orange Revolution, which was one of the many quote color revolutions of the early 2000s, where pro-Russian regimes that were kind of holdovers from the Soviet period in many countries fell. And they fell in Georgia, they fell in Kyrgyzstan, and I always forget, Georgia was the Rose Revolution, Kyrgyzstan, I think, was the Tulip Revolution.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Ukraine was the Orange Revolution, 2004, which was named after the political alliance that basically wore the color orange, right? Where they had a bunch of protests against the then President Yanukovych.
It was. I thought in 2004 it was Kuchma, right? Or am I talking?
Oh, so it might have been Kuchma, and then Yanukovych, actually. Yeah. It
was. Yeah, well, and it doesn't help that you have Viktor Yanukovych, and then there's Viktor Yushinko.
Yeah, Yushinko. Yeah,
same first name.
right. And so, but the 2004 presidential election was between Yushinko and Yanukovych. And you see in the 2004 election campaign this big divide in Ukraine, where Eastern Ukraine goes heavily for Yanukovych, Western Ukraine goes heavily for Yushinko. And there is allegations of a rigged election, and there are allegations that Yanukovych and the current the President Kuchma helped sort of rig the election slightly in favor of Yanukovych, but this was still a fairly close election regardless. And please jump in, anyone, if you all remember this, because I actually had not read up on this in a while, so I could be getting some of this wrong. But after a long period of protest, eventually the election's overturned. Yushinko is declared president after many, many issues. And Yushinko was the pro-Western candidate, and Yanukovych was more the pro-Russian candidate. And, Ukraine tilted slightly to the West.
And to add a little bit of a tidbit onto that, Viktor Yushinko was poisoned during the election.
Right.
He had I'm not quite sure what it was, but
dioxin.
I think it was dioxin. And it I think he fell ill for a bit, and it permanently scarred his face. If you look at pictures of Yushinko as a younger man, and back in the day, and after his poisoning, his face is now all pockmarked and stuff. And that's people are not quite sure how or when he was actually poisoned, but that's some scary KGB shit right there.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is sort of the context in 2004. Yushinko runs a new government, but the pro-Western government, kind of falls apart in a bunch of corruption scandals. And that's how Viktor Yanukovych gets reelected president, just a few years later. But part of
Yushenko's popularity went through the fucking floor. Like, people hated him by the end of his term.
Yeah, and there was even another prime minister, Tymoshenko, who anyway also got low popularity. Ukrainian politics becomes a complete morass and a complete mess between 2004 and basically 2014.
Definitely.
And so basically what you get is this this almost equilibrium of, okay, you sometimes get pro-Western politicians, you sometimes get pro-Russian politicians, but whoever gets elected gets thrown into a massive corruption, and the people get really pissed off. I mean, that's how you get a comedian elected president, right? Like, things aren't going particularly well in Ukraine.
And I even think Yulia Tymoshenko, who was the prime minister under Yushinko, under Yanukovych, she was actually sent to jail on on trumped up. I'm not sure the extent she was actually corrupt, or if I would imagine the charges levied against her were trumped up, but she was in jail for like 4 or 5 years, and this was the former prime minister who was not that popular in a lot of parts of Ukraine after Yushenko's term in office.
Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of the state of play when we go into the 2014 Ukrainian presidential election, when all of this begins, right? And I think it's really important to note that how do I say this? When Yanukovych, and I forget, this might have actually not been the 2014. Sorry, I'm getting Ukrainian politics gets a mess here. But when Yanukovych is elected president, he does get part of his plan was he's going to be mostly neutral, but he's going to attempt to join the EU. But B's only slightly pro-Western, right? They're gonna join the EU, but they're still gonna try to keep very close ties with Russia.
Yanukovych, you're saying?
Yeah, Yanukovych. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
But the thing is the whole reason Euromaidan in 2014 Ukrainian Revolution happens is he doesn't submit the petition to join the EU. He basically lies to get elected, and people get freaking pissed. And that's why the 2014 Ukrainian Revolution happens. So this is the whole context of when Russia goes in. And when Russia has the trumped up charges after the Ukrainian Revolution and after Yanukovych flees with his bags of money from Kyiv, that this new revolutionary government is, quote, oppressing the people in the Donbass. It comes from the government actually doing what they promised to do, which was submit an application to the European Union to join NATO.
I like to imagine that Yanukovych, with his sacks of money, they had big dollar signs on him.
Right. Sorry. I went on a little bit, but I think that actually is sort of an important context in terms of the history.
Yeah, and
the general view I have of general view I have of Ukraine is of an extremely fractured country, very, very, very corrupt, in which if you fail politically, the consequences can be quite grave. It's also been, under all these presidents, a rather dangerous place to be a reporter.
Yes.
As well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting point. Go ahead.
No, it appears to me to be a basket case of a country.
In some ways, that's kind of true. And I will say it's kind of typical as well for countries in Eastern Europe, many of whom have had significant corruption problems. Bulgaria and Romania were a lot like this until they joined the EU and implemented a bunch of required reforms, anti-corruption laws, rule of law, that sort of stuff, that stamped out a lot of this stuff.
Although I hear it's still an issue in some of those countries, just not as bad. But, definitely in Romania, reporters don't seem to go missing on the regular. It seems.
No, that's true. I mean, Ukraine's on a different level. Sorry, go ahead.
I think kind of that point with corruption. I think that's part of a much broader point about how we talk about a lot of these countries. And if you'll indulge a brief digression, there is. There is kind of controversy over how people talk about the old Soviet republics. Or we a lot of us, myself included, for better or for worse, still refer to it as the former Soviet Union or the post-Soviet republics, or the former Soviet Republic of Armenia or Belarus. And we're now approaching more than 30 years after the Soviet Union has collapsed, and some people are like, well, is it appropriate to still keep calling these countries post-Soviet, or to refer to them collectively as the former Soviet Union, or even if we expand that to Eastern Europe, the former Soviet bloc? And to an extent, I can see why people, or especially people who are directly connected to those countries or who live there, who don't really want to be connected to the old Soviet legacy, I can see why they would take issue with that classification. But I think it is still a relevant classification, because those countries are still, better for worse, very much dealing with not just the effects of the collapse of the Soviet Union, but the Soviet bureaucratic, social, political, and military culture there. And one of those big components was that the economy didn't work very well, because command economies are they're not very good at they're not very good at a lot of things. And in order to get around the problems with the command economy, corruption at every scale kind of became common and an everyday thing. And it worked sort of into the 60s, 70s, and 80s, until by the 80s it stopped working and the economy was kind of falling through the floor. My favorite anecdote about this is that the Communist Party organization in Uzbekistan was so corrupt that the state planning officials in Moscow could not get accurate figures for how much cotton was actually being harvested in Uzbekistan. So what they had to do was they had to get the KGB to use their spy satellites to go and photograph cotton fields in Uzbekistan to try to get an estimate for how much actual cotton was being harvested there, which is some pretty crazy shit. But this corruption is still very much endemic in a lot of the old Soviet republics. It's less so in Eastern Europe, where we have stronger, I think, democratic presence, the influence of reforms under Nato and the EU. And this might irk some people or be a bit controversial, but I still think it is a valid classification to refer to a lot of the former Soviet republics as the former Soviet Union or as the former Soviet republics, even even the Baltic states to an extent, because a lot of their policies, internal policies, international policies, is still very much heavily influenced by this shared Soviet legacy. And but yeah, kind of going back to kind of Sean's point, there's all this corruption because it's so very much the norm in everything.
Yeah. And actually, on your point, Sean, about press freedom, I think that was really important. There's, I just found a 2014 press freedom index that lists Ukrainian press freedom the same as Belarus and Russia. Yikes. And Mexico, who, in Mexico, journalists have been murdered by gangs, right? So, not great. Not great, right, is what I will say.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's well, anyway, no, I got nothing else. Anyway, what is our next thing to get into?
Well, so I guess we can talk now about how the war is actually going, some developments.
Yeah.
Because I know we've all, I think, heard things over the last month or so about why the war is going the way that it is, where there have been advances. We've gotten a little bit more information about how different how the two sides are approaching things tactically, the logistical limitations of both sides, things like that. So let's just talk about, I guess, maps and chaps.
Oh, one question I do want to ask, just really quick as a bridge to the war: do we consider the 2014 war and this war the same war? Was it just a frozen conflict that got unfrozen, or is this new?
Good question.
Ooh, that would be an excellent question for someone's candidacy exam.
Right?
Yeah, no kidding. My opinion is that the war's been going on since 2014, but this is just the war being accelerated.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that we overlook a little bit, is that there's been a kind of de facto stalemate, but still somewhat active war in Donetsk and Luhansk from 2014 until the present. From some of the reports I've seen, it's almost like they have trench systems, not unlike what we saw on the Western Front. They weren't moving, but they were kind of raiding each other, and people were being picked off here and there for the past several years.
Yeah, they would have artillery duels, basically, for several years, where the front doesn't move, and sometimes villages just get shelled on either side, right?
Yeah, a lot of reports of war crimes committed by both sides in this one as well.
Yep.
Which, of course, was being used by the governments of both sides to fan whatever flames they need to within the country, against the opponent, naturally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it would appear that there was no honest attempt by either country to implement what were called the Minsk Accords. I don't know if anybody knows the details on that, though. That's just what I've kind of heard. That also leads to an ever-increasing amount of distrust between the two of them. We were talking about earlier about why Putin invaded. One reason is knowing that NATO is not really strong enough to do much militarily. One was, previous to this invasion, Zelensky's approval rating being somewhere around 25%. And the Ukrainian economy. Who knows? I know his approval rating's really high right now, but that can change. Everybody, trust me. Ask George W. Bush about approval ratings.
Well, just a brief note on that. I mentioned this to Derek before we were talking today, but right before the invasion, I forget what the person's name is, but the editor-in-chief of the Kiev Independent, kind of one of the big English language news sources out of Ukraine, they wrote this really scathing kind of piece on Zelensky that was in the New York Times, which I got a lot of criticism for using as a news source last time. But they wrote this article, and it was like, Zelensky, he's a comedian. His approval ratings are kind of going through the floor. This guy sucks, and he probably won't be able to stand up to whatever Russia's going to do. And this was written, I think, maybe a week or so before or might have been a few weeks before the invasion. And it shows just kind of how quickly perceptions and opinions and views towards individuals can change in a period of fighting.
Oh yeah. In the case of Zelensky right now, it's getting a little ahead of ourselves, but the guy's a comedian. He's a media personality. He's going to know how to use media to his advantage.
Exactly.
Whether or not that his leadership is actually successful, I would not say until the war is over. So far, at this point, he seems to be doing very well. Good, great, maybe, right? But. Yeah. We'll see how the conflict ends. Approval ratings go up and down during wars. Just ask George W. Bush.
He has a lot of what my high school Latin teacher would call testicular fortitude.
Yeah. One other one to mention as well too is the Ukrainian economy was also in very bad shape as well. And I said they were going to invade back in early January. I was like, Putin's not messing around. He's going in. But the one theory I had heard, because this is kind of what China's doing to Taiwan, which is the Chinese Air Force constantly messes with Taiwanese airspace. The idea is to wear down the Taiwanese military, to make them expend resources, to demoralize them slowly but surely. And there was one theory that was going about that I thought was the only other alternative to Russia if Russia didn't invade, was the idea they were just mobilizing to make the Ukrainians mobilize to mess with their economy even further. Although, like I said, I was of the opinion since early January that they were going in. Anyway.
One possible purpose of mobilization, if you can afford it, is that it does give you a chance to exercise your troops. and also see how your
It
systems
does.
operate, what condition your military's in, how long it takes to call up. So I mean, there are reasons to do things like that without going to war.
Yeah,
But
that was what Putin was saying at the time. But my analysis of it was that he probably saw it as being his best overall chance to strike, given several given the situation at the moment. I think he saw it as his best chance to strike. Whether or not he was correct remains to be seen. I know the common wisdom right now is that he was incorrect, that he did not analyze the situation properly. But I think one of the problems with that too is both with Russian state media censorship and the fact that our own media just spouts off Ukrainian propaganda at will. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what they were expecting sometimes.
yeah,
Or I'm sorry, who was expecting, the Russians or the Ukrainians?
God, either side, really. I mean,
Okay.
it's. I mean, look. We don't. We're dealing with two very corrupt countries that have very poor media records. And in our case, one of our problems is that the people in charge of this country, and of course, majority of Americans want the Ukrainians to win. This colors not only the amount of news that's accepted, but the way we're going to disseminate it. And I'd love to say I could go turn to some Russian sources, but I'm not sure I'm going to trust them either. So, what I mean in the case of Russia is, what exactly do they want? I'm not even precisely sure.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Putin wanted a glorious war to sort of uphold his regime, which was slagging in popularity. Like,
Okay. So you think
Like,
it's popularity.
A short victorious war that can do wonders for a country.
that's right.
Just ask the Russians in 1905.
Well, and actually, it's worth to note. I mean, ask the Russians in 2008, right? They invaded Georgia.
That's true. It worked for them there, sort of.
It worked for them there. Like, they didn't do that great in the war, but they mostly achieved their military objectives, and they made Abkhazia and South Ossetia, proxy Russian states, essentially.
They just had to do better than the Georgians.
Yeah, right. And so, like, and that's actually shown up in sort of public relations campaigns where they talked about their glorious victory over Georgia. They made museum exhibits on this shit, right? Like where like 10, 12-year-old boys could go and pose next to a Russian soldier victorious in the Russian-Georgian War. So it was a big sort of propaganda coup for the regime. And their 2014 victory over Ukraine, I mean, it wasn't complete victory, but they got Crimea. That was the goal. And they got it. And they were like, hooray.
And they pretty much just kind of walked in there and was like, this is our land now. Thanks.
Exactly. And that's a big deal. People, I mean, we talk about the legacy of the Soviet Union. There are old pensioners in Russia today who, remember going for vacations on Crimean beaches in the Soviet Union, and now they can go back, right? So, this was a big public relations coup. And, can you imagine?
There's also the historicalness of Sevastopol.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh,
And
sorry.
so, no, you're exactly right, though. Yeah. So, can you imagine if they succeeded in toppling the Ukrainian government and taking Kyiv largely intact, what that would have meant, for nationalism? We got the homeland of the Rus. It would have been a huge deal for them.
I mean, because clearly that was one of their early objectives. I mean, you look at the map; they basically had three major prongs. You had the one in the east, into the afflicted areas, or the areas they were claiming that there were things going on. You also had troops coming out of the Crimea north, and you had troops coming out of Belarus at Kyiv. And I feel like actually the front going toward Kyiv has been the biggest disappointment for the Russians, partly because it's the worst supported of the three fronts. but also because the Ukrainians, I think, seem to have been prepared for it, and the Russians did not expect them to see it coming.
Yeah, by far.
I read something somewhere, and it looks accurate, but I couldn't verify it. But back in the old Soviet period, Stalin had ordered defenses to be set up, so like permanent fortifications set up around Kiev for possible invasion, and the Ukrainian, like something like some Maginot Line type fortifications at various places, and the current Ukrainian army actually, those structures, a lot of them still existed, and the current Ukrainian army just kind of moved on in, and I think refurbished a couple bunkers and some hard points, and they've kind of incorporated them into their defenses around Kiev.
That's wild.
I also heard there was a counterattack yesterday morning, and they retook one of the suburbs of Kiev.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of news recently coming out about Ukrainian counterattacks, and I know there were some news reports saying that Russian military units had been surrounded in some of the suburbs around Kiev, but I'm not quite sure if that was ever fully verified or if those were just kind of offhanded reports.
Yeah, we have to be careful with those after some of the things like Snake Island and the Ghost of Kiev. Yeah. But the one thing is the glorious victory thing. I mean, if you look at Georgia and Crimea, there were a lot of differences with those. The Russians were going into places where they were relatively welcomed.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and if they thought it was going to be a short, glorious war into Kiev, I mean, I'm like, these people, like, parts of them like you, of course, like the ones in Crimea, right? But a lot of them really, really hate you. Things that you did to them in the past. My brother was watching one of those documentaries about Ukraine in 2014. There's an Oliver Stone one that they took off. I've never seen that one. He talked about another one. I can't remember the name of it right now. But he said that, look, Sean, this is before the war. He said the Russians will probably invade. He agreed with me, but he said it'll be a long, bloody war. But he said to these people, joining Russia is barbarism. The West is progressive. It's the future. It's great. It's glorious. And the Russians are barbarians. And so he was like, no matter what, I mean, they'll fight hard. Doesn't mean they'll win, but they will fight hard. And I don't know. I mean, if Putin was around there being like, we're just going to walk into Kiev, I'm going to be like, what the hell are you thinking here? You're not going into a friendly area.
And this is where.
Right, I was gonna say, kind of with why 2014 was such a big deal, is that it was, Ukraine very much was a fragmented country before that, with the kind of the more pro-Western western part of Ukraine and more pro-Russian eastern part of Ukraine. But when you had the Russians and the little green men without insignia on their uniforms take Donetsk and Luhansk and move into Crimea, that really solidified a lot of Ukrainian, even Russian Ukrainian opinion against the Russian state, which is something that Putin and his cronies and his intelligence either ignored or chose to ignore in their kind of rationale for invading. Because from what we can see, I definitely think Putin expected to go in, blitzkrieg, be welcomed by some parts of the country, or at least be accepted and not encounter serious resistance in a lot of other parts of the countries, because of this idea that he had in his mind that a lot of Ukrainians would support, or at least not resist, a Russian invasion.
Yeah. And it's worth to note, even if there was still some of that support in the east, in places like Kharkiv, and other areas, it's gone now. They bombed the shit out of these cities. Russians will be hated for generations by Ukrainians for what they've done.
Precisely. I think they've really. They dropped the ball intelligence-wise and kind of the mood of the population towards Russia before the war, but now it's like if they try to put some type of crony leaders or puppet leaders in some of the areas of Ukraine right now, it's going to be like the Eastern Bloc in the Cold War, where they have absolutely no legitimate support from the population, and they're in power solely kind of through brute military force.
Yeah.
Or I mean, of course, you had some of those Eastern Bloc leaders who would have some support, but then you have like the guy in Czechoslovakia. They just kind of rolled in when they wanted to do socialism with a human face, as they called it. But yeah, it's unlikely with the kind of ordinance they've been forced to throw down. I've heard a counter theory from people online and some people I know that the short, glorious war was never actually really the plan. That what it was more bite and hold. That you would surround Ukrainian forces in the south. You'd have your advance from Crimea, and then you would eventually surround Kiev, and then just wait for the war to end because you will have destroyed their best military forces and surrounded their biggest cities, such as Kharkov and Kiev, and also in that case the economy completely tanks at that point. So I've heard that theory thrown around.
I don't think that's an unreasonable plan. I think that plan could work with Putin kind of blitzing in there. Even if the blitz didn't work, kind of grabbing and holding onto some territories could have worked as well. I'm not. I don't know Putin's plan, but I'm not quite sure that those are totally mutually exclusive in the end.
And I will say though, if that was the plan, it was very poorly executed because their logistics system completely broke down a week and a half ago. And this isn't just like Ukrainian propaganda or anything. Like, we saw it on maps of like literally miles of trucks completely abandoned, and them bringing pickup trucks to the front.
I think this again. I brought this up with Derek before we started, but kind of like one big thing about this conflict is that things are happening. A lot of things are happening that I think a lot of us did not expect to happen. And one of those is just the poor performance of the Russian army for seemingly a variety of reasons. Like, it's not doing as well as a lot of people expected. A lot of people, including myself, expected Kyiv to fall by this point in time. I think we when we did this last time, when we ended with some predictions, I kind of speculated. Yeah, I think the capital's going to fall in the next week or so, and it still hasn't. The Ukrainian army has proven itself to be a much more effective fighting force than a lot of people thought, and the Russian army is kind of shitting the bed. And it's a lot. It looks like a lot of it has to do with their logistics and supplies, the morale and training of the troops, and we're even seeing Russian generals being killed on the front line, which is. It's some pretty amazing and wild stuff, I think.
Although I think part of that is because when you have a conscript army, you want your general or your generals feel the need to go out and try to inspire men. Then they're in the firing line. So I don't think it's necessarily indicative of, say, huge military setbacks that some of their generals are getting killed. But it does the generals are having to put themselves in danger to try to get shit going.
Right. There was some, I think, speculation about this. I'm not sure if it was in Foreign Affairs, but it's with a conscript army, it makes sense to have your general officers at the front line, but it's also might be indicative of a weakness of the NCOs or of the officer corps, that they're not able to get stuff done, so the general has to go and get stuff done. I think there's an element of like kind of the traditional Soviet bureaucracy, where the bureaucrat or the general, he gets on the phone and screams to his subordinate that this needs to be done. Then that subordinate gets on the phone and screams to his own subordinate that needs to get done. And what we're seeing is kind of, I think, some of the NCOs or the officers not being able to motivate the troops. So the generals, they have to go there and scream at whoever to go and attack.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they have professional junior officers, but really what keeps an army moving are NCOs. I mean, even officers will tell you that NCOs are the backbone of an army. And the Russian military is pretty short on them.
I've read some things in I think it was Foreign Affairs, maybe Politico, that the Russian army does not have a strong core of junior officers or a strong core of NCOs.
Yeah, because
I'd wonder why that is. There's also there is a tradition. Well, there is a tradition in the Russian military, at least going back to the Russian Civil War, at least, of generals being willing to go. Sorry, of generals being willing to go to the front. We saw quite a bit of that in World War II as well. The one thing that's notable, though, is that the Russian army has been called, even going back probably to the 7 Years' War, as essentially a military that moves artillery around the map.
Right.
That's what they're there for.
Yeah.
The only exception I know of to that is the First World War. Their artillery did not do very well there. That is the exception. The 7 Years' War, Napoleonic Wars, for instance, the Russians always had the heaviest cannons, which really their opponents always marveled at. So we're talking about this. Yeah, we're talking about this as an underperformance. The other analysis I've heard is that the Russians committed their second and third echelon troops first, let them chew up Ukrainian resources, and which is in keeping with Russian military doctrine and history, and the better forces come in the rear and do the surrounding. And then that's also when you start bringing in the heavy ordnance.
Well, there is one problem with that theory, though, and that is that at this point, because they rely so heavily on conscripts and don't have as many professionals, I mean, do they really have a clear idea of which formations belong in what category?
And also, beyond that, I don't think that's what happened here. Because you saw an attempt to use a lot of paratrooper attacks within the first few days of the war, all of which failed, actually.
Yeah, there was that big assault. I'm forgetting the name. The airport was just west of Kiev.
Right, we talked about it last time.
Yeah, it's where the big Antonov got blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, but I mean that's just one echelon. That's just one section of it. Doesn't mean you don't throw any kind of elite forces or first tier forces. I'm just saying that one analysis said that your main drives through here were being done by second, third tier forces. It's also notable the Russians held back most of their best aircraft.
There's actually a very good reason for that. I learned about this today. Oh, yeah. And here's the thing, not only with the Russian Air Force, but the Ukrainians as well. Both sides have really good SAMs relative to their ability to kill SAMs. And partly Ukraine has gotten some Western equipment to supplement their Soviet stuff. The Russians, they always focus more on SAMs than on the ability to kill SAMs. And partly this is because when the Soviet Union collapsed, that was right when they realized that, okay, actually this Wild Weasel thing the Americans are doing now works. And for those of you who don't know, Wild Weasel is where you take a fighter and it specializes in finding and destroying radars and SAMs. So it's one of the most dangerous missions that you can have. But if you pull it off, it makes it so much easier for all the other aircraft to do what they do. So in the Gulf War, the first Gulf War, the Wild Weasels would destroy the Iraqi SAMs and all the other forces could fly in and easily take stuff out. So that's why we lost so few aircraft. So the Soviets saw that and they said, we should do that. But then Soviet Union collapses. And now they don't have the ability, resource-wise, to train pilots to actually do that mission. So because of that, the Russians are really afraid to fly sorties against the Ukrainians because they can't afford to lose these planes. They can't easily replace them. I mean, also planes take a really long time to build now. Even though Russian planes are a little more simple than American planes, they're still pretty complex. So building them is expensive and time-consuming. And while their pilots aren't super experienced, they still have some experience, and they're still a commodity. So both sides are very, very cautious about committing their aircraft.
And it's worth noting the Russian economy is wrecked now, and they're having trouble getting semiconductors and other computer parts, right? So if those planes go down, you're not building a new one for a long time.
I kind of in line with that. Yeah, it makes sense for Russia to kind of hold back on some of their more sophisticated jets and aircraft because of that. And there has been reports that the bombing sorties that are happening, that the Russian planes are dropping kind of regular dumb bombs with kind of altimeter fuses and lacking a lot of fancy electronics, because Russia does not create a lot of its own fancy electronics. It imports a lot of it, and now those imports are suddenly drying up, and Russia is probably holding on to some of its fancier hardware. I know there was a report or a rumor circulating online maybe like a week or 2 weeks ago. It wasn't, again, it can't be verified, but it was a rumor that Putin was upset at a local officer or some officer who had fired off a bunch of missiles to hit an airfield in Ukraine, and they were some of the more expensive and technologically advanced missiles, and Putin was upset that those expensive weapons that can't be easily replaced were used instead of, I don't know, Scuds.
Yeah, well, also another thing that's interesting though is apparently
Bring back the Scuds.
It dates back to the Soviet period, but Russian doctrine has always been different than NATO doctrine when it comes to air supremacy. So the U.S. tries to literally seize control of the air by destroying everything in it, and by destroying the SAMs and all that, and then just flying over and dropping bombs on everything that moves. The Russian model is more that they will allow casualties early on when they're still at parity, and then they take out a lot of the enemy air power by seizing airfields. So it's kind of like the way Alexander defeated the Persian fleet. They're thinking, we're just going to take their fucking airfields, and then they won't be able to fly against us. And then we'll achieve air supremacy that way by taking advantage of where we do have the numbers in our tanks and in our artillery. But that clearly is not played out.
Right.
There's also another belief they also have with airfields, and this is actually, they applied this to aircraft carriers with their doctrine in the Cold War. So if you're going to take out a Cold War aircraft carrier, the Soviet intention was to throw an entire flight of backfires at it. These backfires were estimated to probably take casualties of at least 50%. But they could launch their missiles relatively out of range of the U.S. fleet. And the idea was you throw a bunch of missiles at it, they can't stop every missile. A lot of debate in circles of whether or not that tactic would have worked. But they kind of apply that to airfields too if they want to destroy them. Instead of doing, say, more precision-based, I know that the Russians had a lot of problems with precision weapons. The idea would be if you wanted to destroy one airfield, you would just throw as much ordnance at it as you possibly can. But as pointed out, due to certain economic problems, they're going to have issues getting more advanced technology, at least in the short term.
It's interesting that you mentioned that tactic, Sean, because it's I'm not sure if anyone here has read a lot of Tom Clancy, but his second big novel after The Hunt for Red October is called Red Storm Rising. Yeah, and I read it, back in the day when I was in elementary school, and that precise kind of strategy that Sean noted, where you have these kind of massed Soviet aircraft firing a crap load of missiles out of the range of like carriers, is they use that in the book to some positive effect for them. I think it's been a long time since I read it, but that's interesting because I've seen a few articles out there circulating in the media that specifically cites the Red Storm Rising, because in that book it talks about a Soviet conventional offensive into Europe that doesn't go great for a lot of logistical and technological reasons.
I believe in the novel the Soviets do better on the ocean than on the land, is the way it works out in that one. I think that's the way. I mean, I want to say they do better. They don't gain like naval supremacy, but that was never the Soviet Navy's mission if they ever had to go to war. It was simply to destroy convoys that would be bringing supplies and to wreck the best of the NATO fleet, like sinking the aircraft carriers and such. And also protecting your ballistic missile submarines, your Typhoon classes, your Red Octobers, which is a modified Typhoon class, as you all know.
I was going to say, just think if they still had the Red October.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also interesting though. I mean, the Russian subs are always noisy, so the U.S. Navy, at least after the Cold War, claims that they had a location on pretty much every sub the Russians had at any given time by the 80s.
Well,
Yeah, there's evidence that
the Soviets. Go ahead.
No, there's evidence that they didn't by 1987. Now, keeping in mind, a lot of this stuff is still classified, but from what I read years back, the United States Navy in the late 1980s actually gets very spooked, and the belief is, although they've never admitted it, is that the Soviet submarine force had actually found where our ballistic missile submarines were hanging out, and they had penetrated the screen. And at the same time that Reagan and then Bush is trying to ratchet down the Cold War, the U.S. Navy actually turns very hawkish at the end and are advising Reagan, don't trust him. And that's because also your very latest Soviet submarines, late 1980s, were almost as quiet as ours. However, if you're talking like pre-80s subs, yeah, we knew where they were. We could have blown them away at any moment.
Well, it was the general Soviet naval strategy to like keep the quieter, bigger, newer submarines like the Typhoons and what was the other one? The Deltas, kind of in these bastion areas, kind of in the Arctic, closer to Soviet naval installations, and they would send their noisier submarines to kind of patrol off the coast of the United States, saving their like quieter stuff for like a possible second strike, right?
Yeah, there was some of that, but apparently some of the really quiet ones in like 1986 to 88 were coming close to American shores because I say consensus once again. There's all this stuff is still heavily classified. You don't need the official speed of say of most U.S. subs. We don't even know to this day. That's how classified this stuff is. Some might be an open secret, but you get my drift. You can't just go to Wikipedia and see it like you could for like I don't know a Type 7 U-boat. Right. But the belief is that probably where our ballistic subs were hanging out at the time was actually not far off the coast of America. That we were like the Soviets were also keeping ours relatively close, and that they were penetrating that area in the late 1980s. But I know we just did a whole Cold War naval tactics and strategy aside.
Right. Yeah, I was actually wanting to get back to the main war.
Well, in Red Storm Rising, it's pretty much just the exact same thing.
Digressions are great. Come on, Michael.
No. I enjoyed this war in the mid 1980s. It's pretty clear.
I enjoyed the digression. One thing I did want to get back is just the state of play in the war, and we talked a little bit about where Russia had gone really wrong, and part of that, one addition I wanted to add to that. I'm surprised there are still some places in the northeast where the Ukrainians are still holding out, like Cherniv and Sumy. These are smaller cities that I thought honestly would have been gone in a week, and they're still holding out in the northeast. So the war in the north for the Russians going pretty badly, in my opinion. It's not going great, and that's also where we have the best evidence of an actual Ukrainian slight pushback. I don't know if it's safe to call it a massive counterattack or anything like that. Where I did want to talk a little bit briefly is in the southeast, because stuff has actually changed pretty rapidly there. Not over the past week, but the week before, the week of, I believe, like March 10th through March 14th, roughly. That's when they made actually a lot of their progress in the south. So, all of you listeners, if you go to a map, currently the Sea of Azov is pretty much a Russian lake. And that is actually that's a pretty big breakthrough, because they were able to connect Crimea to Donetsk and Luhansk. And the only thing left there that the Ukrainians are holding on to is Mariupol, which is being slammed right now. It's completely surrounded. The humanitarian situation there is horrible. And, there are a few Ukrainian forces holding out, but they will probably fall. So the big question, and what I read in preparation for this, is some military analysis on where the next big movement might come. Because currently, the Russians aren't moving on any fronts. They're sort of rearming, reassessing, getting their logistics fixed, calling up more conscripts. Because the other aspect of this is, yeah, the Russian army is a conscript army, but it's a limited conscript army. Like, the average Russian citizen can easily get out of joining the Russian army. That might change. And if that does change, and if they get more men and supplies, where they're going to try to make their push is in the east, and they're going to try to surround the Ukrainian army defending the rest of sort of the Donetsk province. And I read some military analysis on this that if that Ukrainian line in the east falls, the Russians could advance pretty rapidly in the east, actually. And that's where the Russians might go for their breakthrough. Now, does that fit their original war aims of taking Kyiv and taking over the whole damn country and installing a puppet government? No, but they could still get a limited success out of it.
So do you think that, like, if the Russian army is able to break through some of the Ukrainian lines in the east, they would like try to like go up to the Dnieper and kind of separate and kind of control everything to the east of the Dnieper, or use the Dnieper as kind of a dividing line?
Yeah, in a more limited fashion. They haven't shown the ability to take Kharkiv, and frankly, it seems like they've kind of given up on that. So what I see is a more limited advance from the southeast, taking the rest of those provinces, and then maybe attacking, pushing on Zaporozhye and Dnipro in the southeast. And that a limited attack out there is probably what we're seeing, and then trying to consolidate control there. Now, is it in the interest of the Ukrainians to come to the peace table, when they're pushing back the Russians in the north, and the whole country's on sort of a total mobilization, national war of liberation? Not really, right? So we'll see what happens.
I don't think Zelensky and the Ukrainian government is in any mood to negotiate if Russia keeps any land in the south or anywhere,
right.
Really.
Right.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I was looking at the map, and remember we talked about how there was a successful counterattack in one of the suburbs of Kyiv. Well, if you look at the map, also, the Russians have been making an advance from their northernmost position to try to link up with that army to the north of Kyiv that came out of Belarus. So I know people have been talking about World War II parallels. There is the possibility we will see in this war a battle of encirclement.
Yes.
So, I mean, if the Russians break through nearly anywhere and get an open country, they can pull one off. If the Russians are unable to relieve their army coming out of Belarus, which is possible, then it's also possible that the Russians there get trapped against the Belarusian border and are forced to surrender. So there are possibilities here for pocket battles of the kind we haven't really seen since the 1940s.
Oh, yeah. Though I will say those Russian forces up north by Belarus, they will just retreat into Belarus. I don't think there's not that much of a risk of a Russian encirclement up there. If you're going to see an encirclement, it's going to be east, and it's going to be that Donetsk line. And it's going to be forces coming east of Kharkiv and moving down and then cutting off those Ukrainian forces in Donetsk. That's where we could see
encirclement. I don't get the impression, though, that Belarus has tried to kind of back away from their involvement.
I mean, that would be very interesting.
I think there's a reason why the Belarusian army hasn't invaded, and because I think if it did, it would mutiny. Like I don't think there's any from what I've read, like no one in Belarus wants to go fucking fight in Ukraine, and from what I've also read, the Belarusian army itself is not terribly impressive, nor terribly large. And there are lots of reports of Belarusian railway workers sabotaging rail lines going into Ukraine. And I think if Belarus invades, Lukashenko's domestic situation will significantly weaken rapidly. And if Lukashenko, if Lukashenko's position weakens, Putin would need to move very quickly to kind of shore up his power. And with waging a war in Ukraine, could Putin do that? Who knows?
Yeah.
But kind of going to Mike's comment, it's if so. Do you think it would require like for the Russian army to break through kind of the eastern line? Do you think it would require like a much larger mobilization of the Russian military?
Not from what I've read, and again, I'm no expert on this at all. But from what I've read, no. It would require them replenishing supplies and some degree of more men, which they could call up as long as society's not revolting. And I don't think... This is where I think especially the Western media has been way too hawkish. Russia's not revolting. Like, Russians are not revolting against the government. They're mad. They're mad about not getting access to the goods they want, but they are still very patriotic, and they're buying a lot of the Russian state media. I think there's room for the Russian government to call up more troops and to resupply and to do another push out east. That it might not be successful, but it could very well be successful.
Do you think kind of so? One thing that you mentioned before was how conscription in Russia, like a lot of people can get out of conscription pretty easily, and no one wants to go serve in the military because it sucks and the hazing sucks.
Right.
Do you think that the kind of Russian line of the war or of the war in Ukraine being a quote unquote a special military operation, do you think a broader mobilization of the Russian people and recruiting more and more conscripts, do you think that would break Putin's propaganda message?
I think they're gonna have to redo their message, because in some sense, while people are buying it just out of like pure patriotic feeling, if you had them make like sacrifices in terms of actually joining the army, I don't know how effective the current message is right now. Like it's not great. I think they do have to go a little bit more in sort of patriotic war type message, as opposed to this special operation weird stuff, right? But I also think
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I also think it's a pivot the Russian propaganda machine is capable of making. And we underestimate it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that that's where sanctions to a degree backfire also. Because you can play the entire narrative of, look, all the West is against us. Again, they've been against us since the Crimean War. You can do that narrative pretty effectively with that one. I'm also very critical of the ability of sanctions to do anything, simply because they haven't toppled North Korea, Cuba, or Iran yet. So that's just my take on that.
Yeah, the sanction stuff I think is tough, because you have to make a cost for the regime somehow, some way.
I think we're seeing it already with some of their military hardware. Like, I think the sanctions probably won't topple Putin, but I think we're already seeing signs of it crippling some of his military capabilities.
Yeah.
And I think
I would say limiting. I think crippling's overstating it, but
maybe, yeah. But I think another thing we're not considering is brain drain out of Russia itself. One thing that there's been a lot of news of is that while there are some isolated protests and even some of the larger protests that are happening that are quickly put down by the police and then the riot control, we're also seeing tens of thousands of educated, more liberal-minded, more technologically savvy and educated Russians fleeing the country. There are a lot of reports of them fleeing to the Baltic states, going to Finland, to the Caucasian states, and especially to Central Asia. We've been seeing kind of signs of the Uzbek government trying to attract like programmers and computer scientists to like Tashkent and Samarkand, being like, oh yeah, if you come here and set up a business, you can totally get tax incentives and stuff like that. So I don't think the sanctions will topple the Putin's regime. I think they definitely could backfire. Like trying to figure out exactly what the Russians believe or how much they believe in the propaganda narrative is really tricky, because I think one propaganda is the strongest when it aligns with reality to a point. And with the sanctions, it definitely aligns with the message that the West is very much against us, but also with kind of the characterization of this as not as a war, but as like a specjalna военная операция, in a special military operation in Ukraine, mass mobilization, the calling up of new cohorts of conscripts. That goes against the message. And seeing the educated classes of Russia fleeing the country, that kind of distorts the message. And so it's trying to kind of gauge and track the confluence of these factors to see what's going to happen is tricky. But I definitely think the sanctions are hurting Russia, and the pressure of them will probably increase significantly as time goes by.
I'm just not bullish on them. Going to hurt them economically? Sure. Just like Iran, North Korea, and Cuba are hurt. And the regimes of those countries all still exist. I just don't... and also, the Russian military has underperformed, but yeah, I'm still thinking they're going to win this one for a variety of reasons. We're talking about Kiev and this advance being stalled there. The city is surrounded. Now, there could be some kind of relief attempt that works, I
don't think Kiev is not surrounded. People are still moving in and out. You had the prime ministers of Slovakia and Poland go to Kiev just a few days ago. It's not surrounded.
I thought Kiev was surrounded.
No.
No,
Not at all.
it's open to the south. It's open to the south, a lot of the southwest, and even some of the southeast, and just plain east.
Yeah.
How long until it is surrounded? Or will it be surrounded?
At this rate, that's the amazing thing. It won't, because this is where I was talking about Sumy and Cherniv. So Cherniv is like, 80 miles north of Kyiv. It's still holding out, which I was shocked by. I thought that town would fall in 3 days, and it's still holding out.
It's quite impressive. It's still there. Yeah.
And same in Sumy, which is in far east. Sumy's practically on the Russian border, and it's still holding out. So those are the places preventing the encirclement. And the amazing thing is, Russian forces have stopped trying to advance on those axes over the past few days.
That's smart. Bypass it.
Well, no, they're not. They can't even bypass it because the Cherniv and Sumy are holding off sort of both ways to get there, essentially. So there's a small corridor bypassing in between them, but it's not enough to surround the town at all.
So how long until those positions fall?
They're not. That's what I'm trying to say. The Russian army has been trying to take...
what you're telling me right now is those positions will not fall.
I'm saying they're currently not falling, and there's no current Russian offensive against them. Not that they won't fall eventually. They might.
Okay, I got it.
But it's going to require a lot more. It's going to require a lot more men, and the Russian army has exhausted itself, and the logistics chain is broken.
That's kind of one thing that I've kind of a little bit puzzled by, and I think it has to do with the way the Western media is kind of reporting on this, because they keep talking about how the Ukrainian army is outnumbered, and from what I've been able to read, they've been able to mobilize several 100,000 soldiers, or at full strength, they're like 300,000 or 400,000 soldiers, and the Russians, I think the largest numbers we've seen is like 190 and kind of 200,000 soldiers on the front lines, and I think what we're seeing is like that that's probably not enough to take Ukraine. And
Right.
from what we've heard from the reports, that the Russian military, unless it starts cannibalizing like naval units and pulling border guards from the Far East, which I think I've actually heard reports that they've started moving troops from Georgia and from as far away as Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky on the Kamchatka Peninsula,
Yep.
that they are now starting to pull military troops that are permanently stationed throughout the larger federation to try to shore up manpower. And while that's a logical thing, call in reinforcements, it still doesn't seem to be enough. Like I feel like I guess that kind of goes to Putin's larger strategic thinking, like whether or not he was planning for a quick attack, kind of blitzkrieg into Ukraine, whether he was planning for to bite and hold type thing, grab some regions and just hold on to it no matter what. It just seems like there doesn't seem to have been enough manpower to kind of successfully fulfill those operations, I think.
Okay, so let's go through a few things here then. So Ukrainians have mobilized a lot of soldiers. Do we know how well trained these men are? How well armed they are? And at the same time, if they do, by that estimate, outnumber the Russians, at this point, why are they not making more effective counterattacks? I say more effective, I mean maybe something changed in the next few days and we get a miracle of the Vistula situation. But do we know why the war appears, from my vantage point, that Russia is winning, but slowly?
Well, and I think this is where, so I think there's a couple of important definitions that when you talk about what is a Russian victory, and we can get into that after we sort of assess the Ukrainian army, because I think that's actually really important. But onto your questions, like what we know is that the Ukrainian army, they have a lot of people with combat experience from the 2014 war. And when I say a lot, we're talking around 100,000. So that's pretty substantial. We know the Ukrainians have probably lost around the same amount of men the Russians have. So casualties have been high on both sides. I think the reason why we're not seeing a big counteroffensive is because the equipment the Ukrainians have are great for defense. So they have Javelin missile launchers, right? And they're getting more. Most of the arms that they're getting from Europe and the US are primarily defensive in nature. They're not offensive. They didn't get those aircraft, for instance, from Poland, right? So that's part of it. The other part, and this was something we talked about a little bit earlier about Russian military doctrine, the Russians have way better artillery, right? And they have tons of it. So if you do try to push Russian positions, you're going to be shelled like crap. And it's going to be pretty damn hard.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Is you come out of hiding or you're a defensive position, you're in a lot of trouble.
Right. And so this is where I also think the Western media is getting way too sort of bullish, right? So I think the Ukrainians can hold out and make this incredibly hard war, but they're not out of the woods yet. And their ability to launch counteroffensives without significant aircraft from the West, I think, is going to be fairly limited.
Right. Yeah. I think you're definitely right. I agree with Sean. I think the Russians have the potential firepower to advance, but it would be incredibly costly, I think, for them. And to what extent the Russian army will hold up, or Putin's willing to absorb these costs, I don't know. Putin could be just like, fuck it, let's just keep pushing and grab what cities we can to claim some kind of victory, and no matter the casualties. But I think one kind of interesting point to also consider, and again, this does deal with, to the extent to which this stuff is reported in the Western media and on online sources, I think is the competency of the Russian army, because it doesn't seem to be. There are lots of stories where you're seeing huge numbers of vehicles just abandoned outright. You're hearing stories of a lot of soldiers who are captured who aren't well trained. They were kind of they didn't know that they were invading Ukraine. They were told that this would be an easy victory. We're seeing again the Russian logistics kind of failing pretty hard. The Russian military has advanced. I don't know the exact numbers, but in some places only a couple dozen miles into Ukraine, in some places maybe a few hundred miles, and they have proven themselves to be fully unable to properly supply themselves, to properly move resources to the front lines. A lot of it probably has to do with Ukrainian partisan attacks and kind of overstretched and vulnerable supply lines, but I imagine a lot of it also has to do with poor Russian planning and poor logistics. And one big component of one big Russian / Soviet military tradition is to absorb a lot of casualties and to be able to make changes to their tactics kind of in the middle of the war, which I imagine will be seen. But I feel like unless the Russians can seriously reconfigure their logistics, especially in the northern and northeastern parts of the country, I don't see them advancing much further in the north. I think that's one reason why they are doing so well in the south. They have the logistics bases in the Crimea. They have established logistics bases with kind of the separatist forces in Luhansk and Donetsk, and I think their flow of reinforcements and supplies and fuel has been a lot better there. But I saw one interesting story, which again I don't know if it's true, but there was this instance of mutinying Russian soldiers where they ran over their commanding officer with a tank because they blamed him for the poor strategies and tactics that were being used in combat. And again, that's just a rumor. Who the hell knows if it's true? But just kind of the demoralized state we've seen of the Russian army. The Russian army does not seem to be coming off very impressive, and unless they're able to achieve a big victory, unless they're able to turn their logistics around, how long can they actually last in the field? I don't know. I have no idea. I
guess why I'm more optimistic about the situation for Ukraine than I am. All these points are valid, but I mean, for instance, running the guy over the tank, rumor. Also,
right.
That's not out of the scope for Russian soldiers. I mean, I was reading about in World War II when the Russians are going to go into Poland, like in Germany in 1945. So in the front of the company officer, he went to his men and said, "Now I don't want you guys you're shooting people and raping people." And the soldiers said, "If you enforce that, we will kill you." And he went, "Okay." So that's not out of the realm of their tradition. You see the same kind of stuff happen in the First World War as well. The question I'd have, though, is let's say the morale is as bad as you say it is and the Western media says it is, then why are the Russian forces not just crumbling right now? I mean, when I say crumbling, I mean, why? I mean, they're stalled in certain parts of the north, right? But if their morale is that bad and you have that many Ukrainians out there, why are they not collapsing at this point?
I think it's because I think morale is bad and the Russian army is not doing that well. But I don't know. I don't think the total morale in the army is that bad. Like a good example is the First World War. They experienced horrendous defeats in 1914, 1915, 1916, with a few victories here or there. But it wasn't until 1917, with just like one giant horrible offensive in the summer with the Kerensky offensive, that the Russian army then collapsed. So I think I think the question is, how long will the fighting last? To what extent will the Russians keep fighting? To what extent will the Ukrainians keep fighting? Will Putin declare a ceasefire at some point in time? Because I think that the Russian army will probably remain in the field as a coherent fighting force for the foreseeable future. But with these rumors, with the kind of what we're seeing in the news, the tenacity of the Ukrainian fighters, I think that there are cracks starting to appear. I don't think it's going to be wholesale collapse yet or anytime soon, but I think the cracks are there.
I think it's really hard to say, to be honest.
Yeah,
I just don't think.
I am kind of projecting and guessing, and historians are notoriously skittish about projecting and guessing.
But I just, not only with the Russian army, with the Ukrainian army, I'm not sure. like honestly, I'm just not sure how much information we have. And I think the information we get is very, not necessarily suspect, but it's leaning in one way, right? So like, I think in fact, though, perhaps the scariest scenario here is that both forces remain pretty effective and they keep fighting and there's a stalemate and Kharkiv and Kyiv are bombed into oblivion. Civilians keep dying in massive casualties, and this war continues for a year like this.
I was watching some footage from the front lines near Kiev, and they were showing some of these trench systems there, and I was like, oh crap, like we might see, I think we saw kind of trench warfare, kind of stalemated trench warfare in Luhansk and Donetsk in some regions, but right. I was like, oh man, are we going to see, like, and especially in like the places where the front has stabilized in the north, are we going to see, some type of modern trench warfare maybe, or slowly moving or fluctuating lines?
It'd be we very crazy. Well could, and I think the scary part, the one, I mean, Sean, you were mentioning earlier about the sanctions possibly backfiring, right? Well, one way they might backfire is that there isn't much more pain the West can put Russia under economically. Like, they were like the biggest sanctions anyone has ever had. I mean, there are some reporters describing it literally as economic warfare.
They could stop buying Russian oil and gas. That's the big one. Like the U.S. has stopped, but a lot of Western Europe has not.
Good luck convincing Germany to do that, though. like realistically, politically, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Germany's way too dependent on Russian oil. There's no way they can afford to do it.
Yeah,
right.
But my larger point being,
by the way. Mm-hmm. When you're done, I got a point about the sanctions I want to make, but go ahead.
Sure. No, yeah, I was just gonna say briefly. The larger point being, Russia's already under about as much pain as they're gonna get. So, Putin's calculus in all of this, it might literally just be grow for broke, right? Like, we have to take Kyiv. That's the only option, and so we are gonna keep fighting until we do it. And that's scary on lots of different levels. Not only for the number of casualties that's going to inflict on the Russian army and the Ukrainian army, the number of civilians going to be killed by that decision, but also the chances of a Western troop, like a NATO troop, accidentally getting into some sort of conflict with Russia. And the chances for escalation here, I think, are higher than we think. It's very scary, actually, the longer this goes on. So I think it could get into a very dangerous situation.
So one other thing, and I don't want to steal the thunder from one of the super chats that we'll do later, but I think it is worth discussing now, talking about X factors for this war. What about the mud?
Wait, before we get to the mud, I need to say something about the sanctions.
Yeah.
Because I want to get it in there. This is probably the thing I've been most critical with us. Not that we've done sanctions in the first place, what we were always going to do. But I was very let down by the fact that we did a whole bunch of them up front. Now I'm like, okay, there goes your bargaining chips. Unless there's some back channel negotiations to where we start easing some down if Russia starts easing down. But we shot our load real fast, real early, and like you said, there's no way we're going to hit them where it really hurts, oil and gas. That's where it's if you really wanted to bring Russia down to its knees, you'd have to be willing to sacrifice yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff to comment on with the domestic effect this is going to have. That'll have in America. the degree to which this is going to affect the way that the both media coverage and the elections come this year is all stuff worth talking about. But I really was I don't know. To me, the sanctions were almost they weren't thought of in a strategic sense. They kind of came off to me as a giant hissy fit, or just, oh my God, we can't believe this happened. I'm like, what? You can't believe countries invade other countries, especially when they mobilize on the border and have been kind of talking about it for a while. I exasperated with the incompetence.
I actually think the sanctions were fairly appropriate, and it's worth noting that they came in at a time under different expectation. We were expecting the Russian army to come sweep in and probably take Kyiv in 2 weeks, right? So they were made with that assumption. And so that's why they came in all at once, and they were very powerful. Like, there was nothing, why hold back anymore? You like, for in many Western minds, they're like, Ukraine's falling, we have to hit them now as a deterrent against trying this shit in like Poland or Lithuania or Latvia or Estonia. And I think that was the idea behind them. Now, if you had went to Western politicians and you told them, actually, it's going to be a long, grinding war, the Russian military is not going to be that great, they might have made a different calculus on those sanctions, right?
Right. I also think,
I know a lot of them were done with the I know a lot of them were being done when the narrative was Ukraine's winning the war, which I've been hearing for a long time now, which I still find kind of amusing considering the Russians are the ones gaining territory.
well, I think kind of 2 points to that. One with the Ukrainians winning the war, and one with the sanctions. I think I think one thing about the sanctions is kind of to think about them maybe in kind of a from a long-term perspective. I've been reading a lot of foreign affairs lately. There was one article where it was like, yeah, the sanctions, they probably won't bring about the end of the Putin regime, but sanctions worked against the Soviet Union. It just took a really long time. One of the big factors of why the Soviet Union collapsed was that their economy kind of fell through the floor and they couldn't fix it. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to wait for like 74 years for the regime in Russia to fall, but I do think the sanctions are a big deal, and I think the long-term perspective of this, what's going to happen in Russia in 2 to 3 years if the war is still going on, if the sanctions are still there. I don't think anyone knows exactly for sure, but I think one big move that we are not seeing any traction on right now, but we will see in 5 and 10 years, is Western Europe looking for serious alternatives and moving towards serious alternatives to Russian oil and gas. Yes. I think Russia had planned for decades by keeping the flow of gas steady through Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 to keep kind of this chip on, or to keep this kind of lever of indirect or direct control via energy politics on Western Europe. And now, in 5 years, in 10 years, we're going to see parts of Europe that are be like, no, we're not going to, or we're going to see major moves. I think they're already talking about it in Germany, like hoping in like a decade or so to mainly have renewable energy, or at least not have, at least be more reliant on renewable energy, so that they're not as heavily reliant on Russian energy. In 5 and 10 years, I think Russia's strategic energy position is going to be far weaker than it is right now, and I don't think that there's anything now that will stop that, unless Russia pulls out of Ukraine immediately.
Yeah,
I would see a point there, but it depends on whether or not those renewables will be up in 10 years. I've been hearing this my whole life, but also tell me if I'm wrong on this one. Didn't the Germans say that they're not going to do nuclear power?
Yeah, and that's actually a huge problem. It's being replaced by coal currently. Which is great. Your other thing I was going to mention really quick, they're creating a new LNG port, actually, liquefied natural gas port. They're going to try to import gas from us, actually. That's their next plan.
It's ambitious.
Oh yeah, that is ambitious.
Yeah.
One other one too, though. One of the ways this would probably, understand economically. Yes, this is very bad for Russia. I very much agree with that. I'm just talking about the ability of sanctions to take down Putin or even stop him in Ukraine. I have serious doubts about Russia's taking a massive economic hit. And we are as well. They're taking the bigger one, though. But the other thing you have to wonder about, too, is, we're doing this while we still have China rising, right?
Oh, yeah.
And if anything, much like in the case of Gaddafi, where that simply, I believe, accelerated the way that strongmen and authoritarians have acted throughout the world, I believe this action will accelerate the attempt to create an alternative monetary system from the American one. I think that is one of the... Because there are a lot of other countries in the world that either are okay with what Russia's doing, supporting it, or really don't care about this. But they might be freaked out by the West's willingness to do this much economic damage to Russia.
I think that's exactly right. And they saw what happened to Russia when U.S. banks froze foreign reserve, like Russian reserves abroad, in dollars and euros and stuff like that. And they're like, we don't ever want that to happen to us. So having the dollar as the reserve currency in these countries, they're going to back away from that. And I've read many economists talk about that sort of risk. So I think that's right.
It's very possible. And that's another thing, too. Somebody asked me, like, who's going to win this war? And I said, China. China's going to win this war. That's the victor of the war in Ukraine. It will be China. Not us, not Ukraine, not Europe, not Russia. It will be China. We're going to emphasize combating a declining country with a low birth rate that's based on gas.
Russia or Ukraine?
Russia! I mean, understand, if you're the Chinese, this stuff is great. I mean, okay, your allies' military isn't quite as fearsome as you thought they were, but they're going to be more dependent on you. And at the same time, the Americans who keep talking about pivoting to Asia just can't seem to do it. America's been trying to pivot to Asia since 2001. And every time they do, there's a terrorist attack. There's like 9/11, there's the Iraq War, Afghanistan, there's now the war in Ukraine, there's ISIS, there's whatever it is that can distract us from actually pivoting to Asia.
Well, yeah. I generally agree with you. I think there is some complications, though. Like, one thing China has seen is that the West is serious about its security commitments. That was a question, and that's a gamble Russia made when they went into Ukraine. They did not think these sanctions were going to be bad. The fact that we reacted that way, and the fact that all of Europe got on board with it, might make China think twice about trying something in Taiwan, to be honest.
Oh, I don't agree with that. I think they're going to invade within about 5 to 8 years.
I don't think China's going to invade Taiwan at all in the short term. I think the question is whether or not they're going to be ready to fight the United States on it. Like, Chinese authorities, the military planners, they expect the U.S. to be involved in defending Taiwan. And the question is, to what extent will the rest of the world rally around the United States and rally around Taiwan? And we're seeing, the wealthy military, the wealthy part, of the Western world rallying around Ukraine. And whether or not and I think there's a good chance it would happen against Taiwan as well. And I don't think China wants to.
I don't think so. I think we'd fold. You see, Russia doesn't have the economic. Russia doesn't have the economic cards China has, and honestly, if you want to go fight over Taiwan, do you want nukes? Do you want a nuclear war? Are we willing to do that over Taiwan? Now, I at least, and I think the vast majority of people actually don't want to do that. So that's my take on it. And yeah, I think China's economic strength is such, and we're more economically dependent upon them than Russia, that I don't think we'd be able to do anything.
I disagree. I think we would.
I think you underestimate Taiwan's electronics industry and how important it is to our economy, to be honest.
Oh, they're leaving, though. The electronics industry is getting out of Taiwan. Like, once that occurs, that country falls.
Anyway, we're going to have to disagree on that. But we can.
I did want to make one point, kind kind of going like the whole idea of victory, and what victory would look like for Russia or possibly for Ukraine, and I don't know. I don't quite know what exactly victory would look like for Russia. I think they will try to hold on to this land corridor between Crimea and Donetsk, and they'll try to they will do what Brezhnev did, where Brezhnev realized, well, it's going to be really hard to get to true communism, so let's just declare right now in 1970 we're in communism. We've reached it. I think. Yeah, I think that's what Russia will try to do. They'll try to hold on to the land corridor. How and what that'll look like, who knows? I can see guerrilla warfare lasting for years there, partisan warfare. But kind of going to optics as well. I think Ukraine has already won, the moral victory. They have, I think, done a good job of portraying themselves as kind of the victims here, as kind of this kind of David and Goliath dynamic with Zelensky. With you have all these refugees fleeing to Western Europe, causing a humanitarian crisis, which is invoking a lot of sympathy from certain parts of the world towards Ukraine. And I think the question is, to what extent does the moral victory or the propaganda victory matter here? And again, the war is not over yet, and all of this could change. But I think not to continue to disagree over something. I think this kind of points to why I think China will wait and pause on any kind of move on Taiwan. Is with this moral victory, we are seeing lots of changes going on. We are seeing lots of money flowing into Ukraine from charities. Probably a lot of it being skimmed off at some point in time. We're seeing kind of the world pivot and support Ukraine, and what exactly that means, what this moral propaganda victory will look like, or if it can be maintained, or if Western interests can be maintained in Ukraine, we'll wait and see. But I think that's something to keep an eye on. I think it's possible to be victorious for them to lose still. This legacy of like a lost cause.
Remember how fast COVID disappeared is the biggest issue in the world? Remember how fast COVID disappears is the biggest issue in the world? I can easily see Ukraine falling off the radar.
It's already starting.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I want to point out. I know this is anecdotal stuff, but I'm at bars, I do tours. I do see people with Ukrainian flags out. They're the same kind of people with Black Lives Matter flags out in 2020. Like literally some of the same homes in the area. The people around me, no one is talking about the war. And these are not people who don't talk about current affairs. Now, why they're not talking about it, I don't know exactly. Maybe for them it's so utterly depressing that there's a war in Europe.
Well, Sean, I can tell you
maybe. What? They don't care?
Well, it's because fundamentally, and I've said this on many occasions, most Americans don't care about foreign policy. Now they will care enough to blame the other side's president if they think things are going badly, or they'll know enough to have a few talking points to defend their president. But beyond that, unless it affects them personally and materially, there are no fucks given when it comes to foreign policy, and it does not affect voting behavior in America. Unless, of course,
very little.
American forces get wiped out or something.
But I do think
that's a very American-centric perspective, though. I mean we are seeing actual results.
What I'm saying is that's how Americans think about the world, though. That's why Americans.
I definitely think you're both Sean and Derek are accurate on that. But there's another component of this, and there's the European component where we are seeing hundreds of thousands, millions of people fleeing the country, where Poland's not going to forget this, Romania's not going to forget this, the Baltic states, they're showing a brave face, they're probably shitting their pants behind the scenes. And to the extent where this is still an issue in Europe, and I think it's going to remain on the radar center stage for a long time in Europe. I think that definitely complicates the narrative a bit.
I really want to emphasize that. A German political party, which has been mostly pro-Russia for 30 years, completely changed their platform and policy overnight. That's not nothing. Yeah, that's permanent.
It's a big issue.
It's a big deal. And the number of Ukrainian refugees showing up in Germany right now is pretty substantial. and they're going to have political influence there for a while. And unlike Syrian refugees, which, for a bunch of racist reasons, Germany's got very racist against Syrians, right? They're not going to get that racist against Ukrainians because they're white. So they're going to have some degree of influence over German policy. And that matters because the moment this war has a major ceasefire that looks like it's going to stick, Ukraine's going to try to apply for European Union membership. And if the European Union says sure thing, that's why Russia got involved in this war, was to not have a pro-Western, pro-Europe Ukraine.
But there can never be a ceasefire there can never be an end to the war unless Ukraine has a guarantee that they're not going to do that. If that is Russia, that is the one thing. That is the one thing that is central to Russia's goals here, above all else, is to make sure that Ukraine does not join NATO, or in this case, as you also say, the EU. This is central to the war.
It is, but Russia could renege on that basically and declare victory.
It's kind of because it's kind of the whole Munich thing with Russia. Why the hell should we believe anything Putin says? He told us for months they weren't going to invade, and he fucking invades.
So, I guess what I'm trying to say is,
if he doesn't have that, there's no way he's not gonna. He'll keep fighting. Then you'd have to depose the guy and put a pro-Western head of state in Russia. You have to have a coup at that point. Seriously, the guy's going to fight on that point to the death.
So if he fights to the death on that, frankly, that is what I'm worried about the most. Because if he fights to the death on that, we are going to talk about a war that's probably going to result in casualties of over 100,000 people. That's going to drag on for a very long time. That's what's on the table.
We're talking like Iran, Iraq here or something.
Possibly,
No, I know. I honestly think that with this way the situation is played out, and the fact that for both Russia and Ukraine, this is existential. And so I believe that this war is going to go on, minus some kind of X factor that comes in. I think this war goes on for a very long time. And we're going to be doing updates on this channel every few months.
It is worth to note, I think even if the Russians take Kyiv, which honestly at this point I would be a little bit surprised about, I see Kyiv turning into Damascus basically if Russia goes this route. Even if they take Kyiv, you know what the government does? They relocate to Lviv, and they declare Lviv the new Ukrainian capital, and they petition to join the EU. Now, whether the EU accepts them or not is a larger question. I think when there's a shooting war with Russia, they probably don't. But there's no neutral Ukrainian government after this. It's gone. As I said earlier, Ukrainians will hate Russians.
It's been gone
for generations.
And that's a question of all this. If it does turn out to be a longer war, who can last longer? The Russians or the Ukrainians backed by the West? To what I think Western Europe is going to be, the mainstream American populace will probably lose interest in this, and they probably already are. The mainstream European populace is not. And how long, who can last the longest? How long can the Ukrainians last out? How long can Western Europe last out? How long can Putin remain in power? How long can the Russian army in the field keep it together? I don't know, it's just all these factors coming together.
And somebody made an interesting point.
Go
ahead. Somebody made an interesting point.
No, you go ahead.
They said that there's a possibility that because of the Russian military not looking too formidable in this war, that America loses influence in Europe because now Europeans feel less that they need an American power to be safe, because they realize that in a conventional war they can probably hold the Russians off.
Yeah, though ironically, I think the United States would be happy with that, right? We've been begging the Europeans to have a common defense policy so we don't have to subsidize their military for decades.
Yeah, one of those rare
we'd be really happy.
One of those rare times when Trump said something and I thought, man, that's actually right.
So, straight up, I literally heard a State Department employee tell that to me in 2000, in 2011, right? About how Europeans like live off the U.S. military state and they need to train their own goddamn army because we're subsidizing them. Like, yeah, yeah, it's something well held by lots of sort of establishment types, though it's not say it out in the open as much.
Yeah, I think that's right about the European populace for sure. I don't know the degree to which we would be out of NATO or have reduced power. Because the one area where America is not losing power and influence is Europe, for sure, for certain, right? So I just don't really see us getting out of NATO, and NATO has a new lease on life as well, so it's not going away anytime soon. I don't know. The question with Ukraine, how long can they keep going? We're talking about how well their military has done, but what if their military also reaches a breaking point? What if a lot of these new soldiers really are of poor quality? There's evidence for that as well. I don't know. They're in a murky situation at that point. But I don't really see a position where either side is going to concede right now. So I guess we'll just pump resources into Ukraine and bleed the Russians dry, and that's the plan, right?
In the short term, I think you're probably right. We could see some small ceasefires go into effect and then fighting start up again in a month or something like that. I think that's a distinct possibility. But
I think this might be an issue. Was it? Did someone want to talk about like kind of outside factors or like the Rasputitsa?
Oh yeah, the mud. Yeah. You need to go back to the Rasputitsa.
Yeah, mud. General Mud. Well, but I think that kind of goes, that fits well with kind of where the conversation has veered off to, because I think they're with the Russian advance kind of stalling in a lot of places. I think we are with the Rasputitsa. The Rasputitsa is it's when the snow melts from winter and the spring rains start up, and much of the countryside kind of turns into mud, and it makes it very difficult for vehicles of all kinds to move. I think we will see kind of this extended type of guerrilla warfare maybe type thing, where the Russians will kind of lose a lot of men, the Ukrainians will lose a lot of men, and we'll see just kind of this grinding, horrific level of warfare. And it's again we're not getting accurate casualties on the Ukrainian side, and they're probably losing as many men as the Russians are. But from what we've seen, the Russians are losing a hell of a lot of hardware. Again, it's hard to exactly quantify that, and the Ukrainians are definitely not releasing or kind of releasing their own hardware losses. But I think this again raises the question: to what extent can the Russian army continue to function like this, like mechanically, logistically, from a morale perspective, and versus the Ukrainians? And could a possible stalemate, and kind of going back to Mike's point about how the longer this lasts, the more there's a possibility for escalation. And I think this is where Derek wanted to go. To what extent might this, might they do something crazy like use chemical weapons, or I don't think they'd use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, but I could definitely see them, using some type of chemical weapons in like a small or maybe escalate use chemical weapons in a small conflict or battle, and then maybe expand it to other parts of the front line. But I don't know. That's kind of me guessing there.
You'd have to know a few things. One would be how integrated chemical weapons are in their doctrine. I know it was heavily integrated in Soviet doctrine, but the Soviet doctrine, if they were going to get into a land war in Europe, it was the idea of, like, if this is happening, it's going to be no holds barred, so you better be using tactical nukes and chemical weapons because it's a fight it's Armageddon, right? Situation like this seems less likely. Also, and this kind of goes in the thing I really want to ask you all about, get opinions on, is the likelihood of the likelihood that we intervene, because them using chemical weapons is a way to try to get us to intervene. Like, in other words, like if they did that, it would either, let's say they actually did it. That would be something to bring us in. Or let's say you have some false flag thing like the Ukrainians do to try to draw us in. You know, so, that's something. I don't see the Russians.
If the chemical, if I don't know, if they're using gas or something, I think it'd be very difficult for NATO and Western Europe to stand there as people in Eastern Europe are being gassed again and not do anything. And yeah, I think that's a really scary thing. Like if the Russians do use chemical weapons, I don't know I feel like if the Ukrainians try to stage a false flag, it would kind of undermine their moral victory, or their propaganda image. But yeah, if I definitely think if chemical weapons are used,
reported that way though. If it's not reported that way though, if it's not reported that way.
Yeah. It's true. That's true. But I don't think NATO can sit there and not respond if chemical weapons are used.
So this I actually think that's very interesting. On your chemical question, because it's first off, I don't think they're going to use them because I think just the pure artillery bombardment is sort of good enough. Like they don't need it as much. That said, I think if they did, I wondered about this whole plane swap thing we were working with Poland. Like so for listeners, Poland was going to give Ukraine their MiG-29s, a huge not huge, but like a fleet of MiG-29s. It's like a squadron or something like 10 MiG-29s.
Like 30.
Oh, is that high? God, that's tons. Anyway,
there were lots of numbers being thrown around.
Yeah.
I mean, only to be fair, but based on the way this is being fought, MiG-29s would not be super useful in this conflict.
That's true, but the point being that was on the table, and then it got squashed. I wonder if the reason why it got squashed is for the question you just asked, Sean, whether if Russia escalated one more time with something like chemical weapons or very, very severe bombing of Ukrainian cities or something, more than even they're doing now, that this would be one last thing NATO could do before getting directly involved. So, say chemical weapons are used. You could see a line being like, we need to stop the Russians from killing civilians like this, so we're going to give the Ukrainians an air force essentially to use, and then they can wash their hands of it. Even if, as Derek was saying earlier, this air force isn't that effective due to Russian SAMs, right?
What is the likelihood? Does everybody think of us intervening?
Without
us, I mean Western NATO and NATO. That's what I mean by us, not just America, but just NATO.
Without Russian military action against a NATO member, very, very low, I would say. But the scary part is that a lot of this fighting's happening right by the border, and all it takes is one stupid dumb bomb to miss its target and to kill Polish civilians, and we have a problem, right?
Yeah, I think it would either be something like that, or I think major use of chemical warfare by the Russians. Because I do not think, again, this is echoing World War II. This is even echoing the Holocaust. Eastern Europeans being gassed and the rest of the world just watching it. I don't think we can stand by and at least not respond. Maybe, hopefully, only hitting Russian targets in Ukraine and not in Russia itself. But I definitely think an inadvertent attack on NATO power or the use of chemical weapons would bring us, the United States and NATO, into the war.
Yeah. What about a humanitarian crisis like a Berlin airlift situation?
I would say
you've got Kiev. Let's say Kiev's surrounded. The Russians aren't going in because they don't want to have Stalingrad 2.0 or Budapest 2.0. So they just surround it and hope to starve them out, like it's medieval.
So here's the scary thing: that's already happening in Mariupol. So like 80 to 100,000 civilians are stuck in that town and there was, quote, a humanitarian corridor that Russia created to allow the civilians to leave to Russia, where presumably they were imprisoned. So, like, this is not a good... If they tried that in Kyiv, I do wonder whether NATO would escalate some. Whether that leads to direct war, I don't think so. But there are still some options for escalation on the table, including those aircraft, and I could see something like that happening in the next scenario, yeah.
And that makes me think of a possibility. Perhaps that is why Kiev is not surrounded right now. That is a possibility. They don't want to actually surround it. They don't want to cause a Berlin airlift. Because Berlin airlift, make no mistake, was a major embarrassment to the Soviet Union, let alone what it would mean during a shooting war.
Maybe, but if this was intentional, they would have taken the northern section of the east bank of Kyiv right now. Like Cherniv would be gone if that was their goal, and they would leave an area open in the south. That if they didn't want to surround, if it was intentional. I don't think it's intentional.
It was intentional. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. They also may not be putting their resources into that one now anyway. Like you said, their best axis of advance is out of Crimea in the east anyway.
Yeah.
Therzaites, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought, though.
Gotcha.
But, yeah, I think technically isn't siege warfare now supposed to be a war crime? Based on the latest negotiations of the Geneva Convention. So that means that Mariupol already is a war crime.
Correct. It is.
I think they've attempted to file actual war crime charges against Putin at The Hague.
I think they did, and I think they actually went through. Let me look that up real quick. Sure.
So, I mean, go back to the question of the likelihood of intervention by NATO. I mean, I think it's very low for a couple reasons. One is the fact that Russia has nukes, and there have already been people who have hinted that if it looks like Russia is going to be destroyed by this war, they might just end the world. And even if that does seem hyperbolic and pretty unlikely, I don't think most people are willing to call that bluff, just because the consequences are too dire. So honestly, I believe...
It's also something... Yeah.
Oh, so
I was going to add, that's also Israeli nuclear policy.
Yes,
you know that?
Yeah, and I'm not surprised with it.
Just real quick, that kind of reminds me a little bit of the Cuban Missile Crisis almost, like where if Castro had the missiles, he would have launched them, and it's like Castro was ready to sacrifice Cuba himself for fucking over the Americans, and it's like to what extent might Ukraine, like if Russia is threatening the actual use of nuclear weapons, and the West and NATO doesn't want to call the bluff, what if Ukraine's like, fuck it, let's call the bluff, let's do something.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I was talking with my dad not long ago, and he was horrified about what he's heard about what's happening to the civilians in Ukraine. But the more I think about it, the more I realize not only, most likely, will it be the case that war crimes will continue, and we won't be able to do anything because of nukes. Because even if there's only a 0.0001% chance that Putin actually goes through on that threat, I mean, if you think about it, that ends the entire world. I mean, there's no... That's what happens if he releases the fucking nukes. So, no one's going to call that bluff. No sane person will risk that, no matter how low the risk. And ultimately, I mean, what John was saying earlier about no one wants to see Eastern Europeans getting gassed again, I actually think there's a very good chance we will see that and not do anything. And
I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I don't think I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think NATO could stand there and see Eastern Europeans gassed again.
I think regardless, it's not a scenario that's really in the cards. There's no reason for Russia to even do that. I don't think it actually helps them much on the battlefield, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if they do go chemical weapons, the other danger, of course, is that Ukraine has some stockpiles and they counterattack.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different reasons not to even for them not to even
also,
try.
whatever little bit of goodwill they might have in the world goes right out the fucking window if they start pulling chemical weapons. Even China might decide to tell them to fuck off at that point.
And that's actually kind of the interesting thing. And this is something we only talked about briefly. It's not like China's a staunch ally of Russia in this war. They're like an ally, but they're not doing a whole lot to help them out. They're just not criticizing.
They're basically there to take advantage of Russia's weakness to gain a big satellite. That's really what it
Right.
boils down to. They're not worried about
Right.
suffering in Russia. They just want to keep
No.
oil flowing. That's about it.
So if Russia does something really nutty in Ukraine, like, they have to be careful, because if they alienate China, they really do become a North Korea-like state in the world. I mean, it's already not great, right? But they can't afford to alienate China and India either.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really. Well, I think for them to alienate those two, especially China, they'd have to go to do some pretty extreme stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
we are talking about China. They got a hell of a stomach for horrible things right now.
Yeah. And I do think the stuff that would alienate China, like mass use of chemical weapons, I don't think is in the cards. Again, there's no real military reason for them to do it, and they have a lot to lose by doing it. So
Yeah, I seriously doubt it. There's a whole debate that chemical weapons aren't even that effective. I mean, there's a debate about it.
They didn't work in World War One. The Germans employed it to try to break the stalemate.
right.
So yeah, both sides eventually used it in World War One. It just didn't work. Its track record in the wars that it has been used in. I mean, the Italians used it in Ethiopia in the 1930s. It really wasn't particularly effective, except at making the Italians look even worse than they already did.
Yeah. Just FYI, just to follow up, there is a current ICC probe investigation in Ukraine right now. So that's where the international legal situation is at.
Yeah, one other thing that I've talked about with both Sean and Dreeze before. I've never gotten to talk to Michael about it. I do find it weird that if you're talking about like reactions to the war abroad, I do find it odd that now a lot of people on the left have really embraced the cause of Ukraine. Because if you think about it, Zelensky is pretty solidly right-wing. And he also has cracked down on dissent and done some other things. And you look at Russia, and initially there were some people who were supporting Putin, some on the left. I mean, that guy's also a right-winger who's not a big fan of free speech or a lot of the things people say they support. So I don't really get why there are people in the West latching on to some of these leaders in Ukraine and Russia and lionizing them in this way, because they really do not share your values.
I mean, this is where the media's, impactful, and I don't even mean that in a bad way. It's just a very impactful sort of expecting this invasion. It came, and the current Russian strategy is bomb Ukrainian cities into oblivion, and who gives a damn about civilian casualties? That does not earn you friends around the world, no matter which power uses it, right?
Yeah,
so,
that was not in the Dale Carnegie book on how to win friends and influence people.
Right. So, regardless of your political persuasion, regardless of your political persuasion, if you see that, you will have sympathy for people. And
I understand the sympathy for it, because, I mean, once Russia pulled the trigger on this war, I mean, I support the Ukrainian cause much more than the Russian cause. I mean, they're the victims of aggression, but I'm not under any delusions that Zelensky is some sort of true hero. He's just a guy who was in the right place at the right time. He knows how to act. He's a professional actor, so he can make himself look good on TV and look heroic. But, I mean, the fact is, this was a guy who wasn't a very good president. Now he's in the middle of a war, and the dude's a right-winger who banned political opposition. So
this is where I have another theory, actually. The left has been profoundly disappointed in democratic leaders and largely has seen them as feckless and spineless and not like fighting for them, right? So they see a guy who stands up against aggression and is very sort of like a frontline person, wears normal clothing. He's out in the middle of the streets while bombing's happening in jeans. He's acting very, strong. And they're like, and so I think there are leftists who see that and they're like, gosh, I wish we had that here in our country, right?
Yeah, who he's
also
acting
a world
like.
leader who isn't 80.
Yeah. Well, but do you know who he's kind of acting like? I've made this joke. I've made this as a joke, but who else was who gained a lot of leftist support and was walking around wearing fatigues on TV and in state functions. He's acting. There's echoes of like Castro to all of this. I think.
Yeah,
both comedically because Zelensky's now Zelensky's going to have to wear like fatigues to every high diplomatic meeting he's going to go to after this. But there's definitely I think Mike is right. There's this he's gained almost like a folklore hero status that people on the left are attracted to because he's young and he's taking selfies in downtown Kiev while it's being bombed by the Russians. That's takes some major testicular force.
Yeah, the guy has he's very good at presenting himself, and he has set himself up as the symbol of Ukrainian resistance. I mean, PR-wise, he's shown that he definitely has political chops, no doubt about it. But what I find funny, I don't know if you guys heard about it, but Sean Penn was threatening to try to nuke the Oscars if Zelensky isn't invited to speak.
That's kind of random.
It is.
Does Sean Penn have access to nuclear weapons? That's the real question here.
Not that we know of, but I also didn't know that he ran a foreign policy organization until today, so, he might have nukes somewhere.
Me either. The real question I have is Sean Penn going to not beat up his girlfriend?
Ooh.
That's the real question.
Well, I mean,
That's just throwing that out there. Hey, I don't hate Sean Penn. Great actor. And, I can say Hurricane Katrina, he did come down here and fish people out of homes, Sean Penn, like many actors, is fucking nuts. Okay?
Yeah, speaking of actors who are nuts, you know how we always think of Batman as being somebody who should be a little bit unhinged? I was thinking earlier, and this is a complete tangent, but the fact that Nicolas Cage wasn't cast as Batman, say, in the 90s, biggest fuck up in cinematic history. But anyway, I don't want to go too
Superman.
He was cast as Superman project, wasn't he?
Yeah,
That's
he's obsessed with Superman.
He should have been Batman.
Of course, he's a terrible casting choice. He wanted to play Superman because that's like his favorite hero. The IRS took it from him when he paid his taxes, but he had a massive Superman comic collection, worth a lot of money. So yeah, Batman. He was like, Batman. I'm not Batman. I want to fly around with a red cape.
Pay your taxes, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't end up like Nicolas Cage and become a folk hero. But anyway, Zelensky. I think you're right, Michael, because a lot of Democratic leaders are feckless. You're getting just a very, very, a strong leader, but also he's gone up against Putin, and people on the left for a lot of reasons that were pretty, idiotic with the whole Russiagate stuff. But Putin was portrayed as like the man that Americans, like the American left, the Democratic Party was most afraid of, which is always interesting too, because at the same time Republicans seemed always more afraid of China. Not that China's popular with Democrats, and actually not that Russia's popular with most Republicans. It's just that they kind of on their partisan lines they fell in with, well, this one's the bigger threat. And so he is fighting a man who, for reasons that are both founded and a lot of them are unfounded, has been made into kind of like this left-wing boogeyman. All the more so because, hey, this guy comes out of the Soviet Union, communism. Communism is supposed to be a left thing. No. Actually, it turns out that when these countries got out of communism, most of them just went right-wing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's like a final repudiation of Marxism in some ways. But anyways, but no, I think you're right about that. I think he probably the high status he's gained is going to probably maintain, but I'm not going to say that 100%. I mean,
Well,
Lord
he lost
knows
the
the
election
middle.
in 45.
I mean, hell, God, I mean, if I told you that Andrew Cuomo was going to go down in flames in May of 2020, you would have laughed at me. So, Zelensky keeps calling on more on like a no-fly zone, or the things that essentially just cause a nuclear war. And I do not entirely blame the guy. He is in an existential battle. But I don't know how many more times he can call for that, and how much longer the pain can go on in Ukraine. Because on the one hand, we're all talking about Russia suffering a lot of economic pain, and they sure are, but Ukraine is the one getting blasted to pieces right now.
True.
And
Right.
That's right.
I've heard Kharkov has taken heavy damage. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Large portions of the city look
Okay.
like crossing. To be
Okay. Yeah, and that's their second biggest city. So what?
Yeah.
That's like level in Chicago or something. So
equivalently, yes.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
take a.
So-
I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a brief break. I've got to use the restroom. Sorry.
No. Do it.
Go ahead.
I think we might have run out of stuff. Although there was one question I had that had to do with things outside of Ukraine that I wanted to ask. I'm trying to remember it right now. I think it had to do with the way it'll affect domestic affairs in America. Was one thing I was thinking about.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I've noticed one thing for sure. There's a right-wing narrative building as we go toward 2022 and the 2024 elections that Biden is weak and that no one respects him. Everybody just runs roughshod over him. And for the Republicans, the fact that Putin invaded is something that Trump is hanging his hat on. And Trump's whole talking point is that this would have never happened with him in power.
Oh, the return of the Hawks in the Republican Party. I mean, I knew it was going to happen anyway, but it's still pretty disgusting. Great. We're both parties are Hawks. This is wonderful. So anyways, yeah, they got that narrative. And, I do think the refusal to go back into Afghanistan might have influenced Putin as well. Or just seeing Biden, doddering around with his 35% approval rating.
Yeah, although I think in both cases, I think Biden handled the situation correctly. It might not have been the most popular move, but so far, domestically, I think Biden comes across as incredibly fucking weak. In foreign policy, he actually seems pretty prudent.
Overall, I'm still opinion the sanctions were put on too hard, too fast, which is, I think, one of the reasons why the Russians have kind of said, fuck it, let's bring in the artillery, not like they can do anything more to us.
Oh, real quick, kind of with Zelensky and whatnot and some of his domestic policies. What do you guys kind of make of the fact that he's not allowing men aged 18 to 60 leave Ukraine?
Yeah. I mean, planning for protracted war, right? The last thing you want is the people you're conscripting into the army to leave. And so that's the plan. Conscript everyone. National war for survival, right?
Levy en masse.
Yeah. That's the plan.
No, I don't know. It's scary shit. I just, sometimes you think if you were over there and be like, oh fuck, it's like either hide or fight, and it's terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I also think attempt to levy en masse, and also, I mean, the more civilian dead, the more able you're able to get the West involved. I think there's a lot of cold calculus here too.
Do you think that such a move could come back and hurt him, preventing men from leaving?
Simply because
go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I was just going to say, simply because of pure hatred of Russia at this point, no. I mean, they're seeing friends and loved ones get killed in indiscriminate artillery bombings all across the country. No. There's a war for survival.
Got it. Yeah.
Well, I think some of the firing on civilians, at least from the footage I've seen of it, it looks like some of it is just incompetence and inexperience, where they will agree to allow civilians to withdraw from the neighborhood, and then the message doesn't get there in time. But I don't know how much of it's deliberate. I'm sure some of it is. But there's also
It
just
won't
the
matter
fact of-
viscerally.
yeah, viscerally it won't matter, but I mean,
So I'm actually going to argue it's definitely deliberate. There was a situation where a maternity hospital was bombed, and then afterwards, the people who survived that bombing were put into a theater where they scrawled the word "children" on the theater, and that was bombed. Like, this is deliberate. This is what they did in Chechnya during the Second Chechen War. And the goal is to demoralize the civilians into giving up. They're trying the same shit.
I think you're right, Michael.
Yeah.
I think that's correct.
It's-
But you know, I mean,
it's-
this goes back to the artillery thing. Yeah, this goes back to the artillery thing though as well. The idea of the Russians of terrorizing the populace of your enemy into submission, that's pretty standard through their history.
Yeah, especially their modern history.
Yeah, but yeah, that's been a pretty standard thing for them. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's deliberate as well. But no, domestically, you think that the Republicans will be able to make hay out of it?
I think it'll be a wash domestically.
Okay.
The biggest thing I think is that I think it's going to hurt a pro-Putin line in the Republican Party. Again, it's
I
just,
don't really think there's a pro-Putin line.
there was
There
one
was.
development.
In some of the some more fringe elements, like I know in the kind of speaking on like the real fringe, like QAnon and all that mumbo jumbo, like people are saying like, oh no, like Putin's the good guy because all the American biolabs that are in Ukraine where the Americans developed the COVID vaccine or the U.S. government developed the COVID vaccine. That's why Putin is invading. I think there's definitely a far right wacko fringe of the political right that is ardently pro Putin and more pro Putin now.
I mean, Tucker
I just
Carlson.
don't see them actually. I don't see them actually having that much power and influence in the Republican Party. Like, I know what you mean. There are fringe elements. I know there's some neo-reactionaries who are sympathetic to Putin, but I just never saw that actually affect enough Republican politicians, or just even standard Republicans I'd be around. I mean, Republicans I know, none of them liked Putin.
Right.
They all feared China more, though. That was the point I was trying to make earlier. They didn't like Putin. They just feared Xi Jinping more.
well,
They
it's
still do.
it's interesting. I found a new way to try to gauge some of the opinions of the far right. If you go on the Rumble, which is basically the right-wing alternative to YouTube, and just look at the comment sections, you can learn a lot. The people on the far right, the Rumble user base, a lot of them are now saying that Putin's on the left. Because all of their various opponents have to be somehow on the left. So whatever's wrong with the world, it's the left. So Putin, congratulations, you made it to the left.
And this is even after repudiating Marxist Leninism.
Yeah, exactly. He got switched. He didn't get a say in it. It just happened. He's now part of the left, right up there with Lenin, Stalin, and the rest. So congratulations
it is
to Vladimir
interesting.
Putin.
Like, they could try to claim Zelensky, right?
What were you saying about neo-reactionaries?
Well, not neo-reaction. No. More center-right people I know have all claimed Zelensky. They think he's great.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Neo-reactionaries, honestly, the thing about neo-reactionaries is they're also in many ways kind of like even Marxist or even like hardcore identitarians. No one's ever going to be Marxist or reactionary or identitarian enough for them. So even before this, they're like, Putin supports some of our stuff, but he doesn't actually really mean it. It's all just he's really just a cold KGB operative at the end of the day, yada yada yada, right? So the fact they look at Putin even before this invasion, you hear that kind of stuff. The fact that a lot of them I have heard that as well, that's not a surprise. I mean, so if you're into like purity politics, everybody's going to be messed up somehow. Even though, we all know that Putin is essentially at this point a right-winger. Of course, I would say so is Xi Jinping, but that's just
He
me.
is. I agree.
Yeah. But I mean, looking ahead,
Yeah.
I think it does hurt Trump a bit, right? He definitely was one of the more pro-Putin politicians in the Republican Party.
I don't think he was actually pro-Putin. I thought that was more of like a put-on by the Democratic Party. I mean, he wasn't a Russian asset.
He never said anything negative about the guy.
No, he didn't. But he had this general just love of strong men. Yeah, I mean, he said a few negative things here and there, but it wasn't anything too substantial. If you look at actual policy, it wasn't like there was some massive pro-Russian orientation. I mean, not like Obama in his first term. I mean, remember those jokes about how Mitt Romney's foreign policy was really old and out of date, guys?
Yeah, it was a Cold War redux, yeah.
Right, yeah. That's true.
Mitt,
Yeah,
1980s called,
let's say-
and they want their foreign policy back.
Yeah. As much as I hate Mitt Romney, he is fully entitled to say,
I mean, he did call Russia the greatest geopolitical threat in the world in 2012, and yeah, I mean, pans out, right?
No, he's wrong. No, that one he's still wrong. It's definitely still China. It's definitely still China. That's why China's got to be laughing their ass off right now.
It depends what we consider geopolitical threat. If I consider the country I'm most worried about launching a nuclear weapon, it's currently Russia.
Oh God, I'm more worried about China in some ways. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, not right this very moment, though.
Yeah.
But hey, I wonder if Russia has a King David policy like Israel does. Where if the country's going to fall, they're just going to launch all their nukes at everywhere in the world that they possibly can.
There were rumors that the Soviets had something like that. Well, they have the dead hand perimeter kind of nuclear launch system, but there was also rumors that were never built where under Khrushchev someone proposed, like, what if we build like giant nuclear weapons, like, disguised as like oil tankers, and have them in strategic places in the Soviet Union and throughout the world, and if communism falls, we can just destroy the world with it, in order to maintain that Marxist purity. But Khrushchev, according to the historical myth, was like, no, that's too much.
Oh, Lord.
They did develop. Didn't the Soviets have the heaviest bomb missile?
The Tsar
I
bomb.
think so, yeah.
The Tsar Bomba, yeah. Which was 50 megatons. It was originally 100 megatons, but they pared it down to 50 megatons because that's it's too big when the Soviets are like, yeah, maybe we should reduce this by half.
Yeah, I think there was a theory, and I'm not sure if it's true or not, but there was a theory at the time that they had to limit the size of the nukes they actually tested, because if one was big enough, it might cause the atmosphere to escape by pushing so much force upward that it might just suck all the air out of the fucking earth.
I can believe people believe in that. Well, there was like when they first developed the atomic bomb, people were like, is this going to be like big enough and hot enough to ignite the oxygen in the atmosphere?
Yeah. There was a lot of questions on that one.
But I do know, just a tangent real quick, with the Tsar Bomba and then the test in the early 60s, there was they actually put like a radiation damper of some kind on the bomb, because they detonated it over Novaya Zemlya in the northern Arctic regions, and they wanted to, they knew it was going to be a big ass explosion, but they designed it so that there'd be very little radioactivity coming from it, because they, the potential of something that big would have like enormous fallout.
God.
So good time.
Well, I guess we'll,
horrifying.
Well, I guess we should probably at some point return to this topic of Ukraine. Maybe if the miracle, the Vistula counteroffensive happens, or there is some kind of new development. There's always the chance that the war, like we say, drags on, and then everybody just kind of forgets it's happening. I'd almost like to read about coverage with the Iran-Iraq war and compare it to this? How did people react to that one? Because eventually the war just keeps on going, and people, I assume, started to tune out.
And also, what I think
You
it was either Michael or Dreeze earlier was talking about how they had built a trench line somewhere that the Ukrainians had. Surprisingly, despite the fact that both Iran and Iraq are oil rich and should have plenty of fuel, there were trench lines. The Iraqis dug in Iran and tried to defend. The Iranians drove them out, then dug trenches and tried to defend those in Iraq. So, I mean, trench warfare actually has happened, and it's only been about 30 years.
Right.
Hey, it's hard to give up the class.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I got the other question. Now I remember what it was. I've been hearing people talking about the war between Ukraine and Russia affecting food in particular.
Oh,
because a lot of fertilizer comes out of Russia. Yeah, what can we say about that? I've only heard things or just read very minor things. I've not. Just tell me what's up.
Yeah, so I read some stuff from an agricultural specialist who wrote about this. So we don't have to worry about that. The big worry was that people saw statistics that Ukraine contributes about, I think it was like 10% of the wheat in the world through like the wheat harvest, and so people were worried about starvation. For a variety of reasons, that is not that big of a deal. India can actually up production of wheat, and they just so happen to have a wheat bumper crop this year. So India's going to export more wheat and make some more money, and that's about it. And wheat supplies will be completely fine.
So I should stop hoarding flour then. I shouldn't have bought those 50-pound sacks of flour.
Yeah, your wheat will be safe. Tolstoy will be happy. There will be fields of golden wheat everywhere. Basically, the global supply of wheat might dip by maybe 2% at most.
Okay, so you're saying there's probably not going to be like a famine like I've been hearing.
No. We're fine. The world overall massively overproduces food, so we're good.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else anybody wants to bring up?
I can't really think of anything right offhand. The only other thing is, I know that some people online were making fun of those anti-javelin countermeasures that the Russians have adapted, which includes more bolt-on armor and then the carriage on top. But I imagine that's actually somewhat effective because the javelin tries to arc in from the top where the armor is thinner. And if you have this thing that's a few feet above you, a metal cage, and it blows up there, that should effectively absorb enough of the blast to save the tank. So for all the people making fun of that, I think it actually probably isn't that bad of an idea.
I've actually heard the exact opposite, that the warhead in the javelin is designed specifically to get around that kind of defense.
I mean, it could be. It might just have enough firepower to bust through it. But I know the Russians initially had an idea for a countermeasure that looked a lot more clean. It looked a lot more high-tech instead of just being a literal metal cage.
Or a mattress.
Yeah.
I guess I did have a question kind of in line with that. So we're seeing, if the numbers are to be believed, like these javelins, these handheld anti-tank weapons are just like beating the shit out of like Russian tanks and armor. And I was just kind of wondering, what do you guys think about like the kind of the thinking and logic behind armored warfare going forward here?
I mean, I've been saying for a few years, armored warfare is on it's the defensive measures have now caught up with the tank in ways that I don't know if you really can be doing Panzer blitzes anymore right now. I wonder about how the Abrams would hold up or any of our armor, but yeah, both the drones and other stuff. It appears that at least for the time being, the age of the tank. I mean, I don't want to necessarily like write it off completely, but it's not going to enjoy the same kind of dominance it did in 1940. And,
Yeah. And actually, I liked when you brought up drones. So Armenia actually had a pretty large tank corps in their recent war with Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan brought a bunch of drone swarms from Israel and Turkey. The drone swarms completely annihilated the Armenian tank corps.
Oh shit!
Yeah, suicide drones essentially. And Azerbaijan massively won that war and took over, I think, most of Nagorno-Karabakh, which was a exclave of Armenia in Azerbaijan. So, yeah, I agree with Sean. Like, I think tanks are not that effective anymore. Like, air power is still relevant, but weirdly now the air has been divided up. You have the sort of high air that's controlled by fighters, and you have the low air controlled by drones. And so, yeah, the battlefield is really changing.
Yeah, I mean,
the
I
thing with
mentioned
drones too is
airships.
well, there's
well, go ahead.
I mean, the U.S. military for years now has been transitioning toward faster, lighter armed vehicles with a lot of firepower, and also the big caliber weapons are kind of going the way of the dinosaur. I mean, you look at something like a Bradley fighting vehicle or a Stryker, they usually use smaller caliber weapons that are rapid fire and very high velocity. That apparently is good enough now. You don't have to have a 120 millimeter cannon or anything like that to really blow shit up. And now, because of the effectiveness of things that are designed to kill tanks, speed is much more useful than armor. You just try to outrun it or move too fast for somebody to lock onto you. And also get some range on your weapons.
Eventually, that makes sense. Although, I mean, come on. And for anybody who's a fan of Tiger tanks and those giant Soviet assault guns of 1945, I mean, it's like the passing of an age, man. But the one that it sets is the thing with the drones, though, is that this is still very new weaponry. And I mentioned the thing about 1940 with the tank. I mean, we kind of make, sometimes people might make fun of like the lighter tanks of 1940 during World War II, but I mean, one of the reasons the French army gets cut up so bad is they don't have enough anti-tank guns or even a really good anti-tank doctrine. Same thing with the Italians when they were fighting the British in Libya and Egypt during Operation Compass. By the time you get to 1945, the anti-tank weapons had improved quite a bit. So even though a tank division is going to beat up an infantry division, it's not going to, unless the infantry division is really bad shape, it's not going to cut through it the way it did in the first 2 or 3 years of the war. So knowing what I knew about the Armenian tank corps being destroyed, and the drones have been pretty successful against the Russian tanks, although not as successful, I'm interested to see what kind of countermeasures are created against drones and how that also affects armored warfare going on. Because I don't think the tank's gone. I just think right now the tank is in a very vulnerable position. In many ways, the position hasn't been this vulnerable since it was invented.
Yeah, I mean, really, for the tank to survive and to really be a main element, it has to retain the ability to take punishment. That's really what the tank is best at. It can take punishment and move forward. If you get to the point where all of the things that are shooting at it are capable of achieving kills, and those kills aren't that hard to pull off, at that point the tank becomes useless.
And it is worth to know.
Was always effective.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, air power was. I was just saying, air power was always effective, but I mean, you had a very simple counter for that. Try to get air supremacy. Although I remember that Rommel quote where he said, "Fighting in World War II," he said, "Fighting a modern war without air supremacy is like charging a machine gun with a spear."
Yeah, no, you were going to say exactly what I was saying, is that, the tank in some ways has already been hurt by the importance of the air. And it is worth noting that the Russia-Ukraine war now and the Armenia-Azerbaijan war, no country in those two wars achieved air supremacy, which could have made tanks, make tanks a little bit more relevant, right? But in an area where air supremacy is achieved, I mean, how well did Iraqi tanks do against the U.S. military in 2003 invasion, right? Not great. Not great.
They They also didn't know they're going to be totally outranged. You know,
I mean that too.
I mean,
that too.
Yeah.
Well, if on the question of like mechanics and stuff, like one thing that I've been kind of thinking about a little bit is like with the Russian kind of with the Russian logistics really fucking up here. Like, do you think that this reveals a weak spot that was an extension of from the Soviet period? Like, because like in the Soviet period, NATO and Western Europe were terrified of like hundreds, if not thousands, of Soviet tanks busting through and making for 7 days to the River Rhine and whatnot. And I've heard a few kind of spectators and analysts be like, well, if the Russian military in 2021 is having such a hard time supplying the army only like 100 or 150 miles into Russia, do you think that it's an indication that Russian or Soviet kind of logistics doctrine was always kind of fucked, or do you think this is like a failure of preparation?
It might have always been pretty bad. Go ahead, Sean.
No, there's no. Here's I mean, we are talking about how the preparations in the south and the east were better, and that's helping out as opposed to the drive on Kiev. So there's a preparation factor, but all right, I'm using the Navy in this case because I know the Soviet Navy way better in the Cold War, but the Soviet Navy had a lot of make the submarines bigger. They did have a lot of problems with a breakdown in the Soviet Navy. One of some of the problems had personnel, like regular sailors, they were drafted, they weren't quite as well trained, and they were constantly being rotated out. So once a sailor was getting good at his job, a lot of times he was gone within a year or two. But also they had a lot of equipment failures as well. So for instance, both the Typhoon and the Alpha classes were highly engineered, in some ways overly engineered, and while they were very advanced weapons, they had a lot of problems with engineering and maintenance. And so, by the time you get to the late 1980s, both those subs, for all of their good points, a lot of them were already being retired due to that. And the Soviet mentality, at least with their Navy a lot of times, was they didn't have good repair facilities, so it became more about churning out more ships, newer ships, than trying to maintain the existing fleet that you already have. And I don't know, I'm thinking that the Soviet military might have had something similar with that, and I would have to look into what we do know about their logistical base buildup on the border. I'd have to imagine it was pretty advanced because they had to already have forces on the border anyway, just to show the flag, and because they always did have plans for an attack. I would say, though, that what always made me kind of wary about the idea that the Soviets would have been pushing straight to the Rhine or a few things to keep in mind. Of course, their artillery, they had lots of it and very good artillery. They also were going to use tactical nukes, no doubt about that, and chemical weapons. On the other hand, though, not really good NCO training. That's actually kind of a Russian tradition in some ways. A lot of our equipment was superior. Our aircraft was mostly superior as well. Although the Russians did invest heavily in air defenses, so that was their whole thing, was that even if our aircraft was going to attack one of their columns, they were going to try to be able to put up a lot of air defenses and missiles to hit us. And, yeah, I don't know. Those analysts, the thing about it is, I don't think the Soviets would have won if they attacked in West Germany for a lot of reasons. But I'm glad we never got to see it tried. But that said,
right.
Yeah. But that said, despite all their weaknesses, they definitely had more hardware and an overall more ruthless doctrine with the use of chemical and nuclear weapons. So, I don't know. That's a tough one. Yeah, that's something I'd actually like to read a lot more about now that you bring it up. But I think logistically, though, they would definitely break down around the Rhine. And hell, let's be honest. I mean, the Soviet Union in World War II had that problem in a lot of their offensives. It wasn't the Germans were suddenly standing tall. It's that they had a logistical breakdown.
It was just so convenient that Stalin's armies in 1944 ran out of gas right outside of Warsaw.
I mean,
Very convenient.
I mean,
Although in that case, the Germans did launch a very successful counterattack on that in that case. But yeah, but definitely, convenient.
I do find it interesting that their main push to Kyiv came from Belarus and not from the east. And I do wonder whether that wasn't just military strategy, but there was a tacit acknowledgement that they were concerned about keeping their supply lines across eastern Ukraine to get to Kyiv.
That and possibly trying to rope in Belarusia.
That's another good point. But I've always kind of wondered about that. Like, why not have the main push in the east? I don't know.
Well, I think you're probably right. Like, because the supply lines from the east. Let me bring up the map here on my computer. They're a bit.
Oh, go ahead.
Or they're a bit longer, and with Belarus right there, it's Ukraine. If it was able to establish local air superiority, they weren't going to risk attacking units in Belarus. That would bring Belarus into the war, and so there's probably some kind of military strategy there for kind of relying on quote unquote Belarusian neutrality to kind of shield the Russian logistics in Belarus.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good point.
Would we like to get into super chats now, or does anybody else have something else to bring up?
No, I'm ready for super chats.
I just have kind of one thing that I would like to note. This kind of has to do with Central Asia. It's we're seeing tens of thousands of Russians fleeing Russia itself, and they were starting to flee early in the war when they thought that Putin was going to declare martial law. And there's been kind of a lot of talk online in various articles about how Russians in Russia especially, there's this long kind of history of racism and prejudice against Central Asians, extending back to the Soviet period, and now there's been a lot of talk and discussion of like, oh look, the Russians are now fleeing to our country. They want to come here, and they're looking for kind of places to live, to work, and for decades now, you've had a lot of migrant workers, especially in Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, traveling to Russia to look for work, and so yeah, it's kind of a really interesting turn of events. And there's even rumors that the Russians are trying to recruit Central Asian migrant workers within Russia to go and fight in the Russian army because manpower is becoming an issue.
Yeah, that's fascinating. One of my favorite phrases that I feel like I do have to bring up here is my favorite Russian city I've ever been to is Riga, Latvia, which for a while had more Russians than Latvians in it. So yeah, the sort of Russian expat story is kind of interesting.
That's interesting that you bring up Riga, and I have just a really quick tidbit before we move to the chat questions. I was doing research in the presidential archive in Almaty, which is the old Communist Party archive, and there's this old Kazakh professor who I befriended, and we were talking. And he says to me, he kind of leans in as though it was a secret. He was like, I'm not actually Kazakh, I'm actually Latvian. And I was like, wait, what? How does that work? And he pulls out his identity card. It's like the Kazakh, like the version of the driver's license, and it notes their place of birth. And it said on his card that he was born in Riga in the Estonian SSSR. And I was like, oh wow, look at that. And he was like, yes, my father was an officer in the Soviet military, and both his parents were Kazakh, but they were stationed in Riga. He looked like he was probably born in the 50s maybe, and like he was born in Riga and grew up there for a little bit, which is really interesting. It shows the interculturality or the internationalism to an extent of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating.
All right. Well, on to the super chats for the evening. First up, we have Chief Chirpa 7865 for $4.99. Thank you, Chief Chirpa. And he says, one of my favorite activities is reading Sean's 1-star reviews on Goodreads. Now, that is some good content. Thanks for all the good content.
Oh yeah, I'm probably thinking of that review I wrote of the Timothy Pickles New Orleans 1815 book. Where I said if I met him, I'd kick him in the balls.
Yeah, I forgot you did so many reviews on
that
there.
That book is so... Yeah, well, I've been reading the doing Battle of New Orleans research for a book I was hired to do, and I looked back at the Timothy Pickles New Orleans 1815 book. Yeah, it's the worst piece of shit history book I've ever read. You know, I know people who knew him around here. He lived in New Orleans. He was like a British guy who moved here, and they said he was fun. But I was just like, hey, guy could have been fun, could have been a great reenactor, but he was a shit historian. But you know, oh, Chief Chirpa, by the way, thanks for using the Ewok name there. Star Wars, I recognize. All right.
Oh, I didn't catch on to that. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's ahead of the Ewoks. At least that's what the toy told me when I was a kid.
All right. Well, next up we have Aiden for $10. Thank you, sir. He said, I go to boarding school in New Jersey, and there's a Ukrainian student in my house. His 12-year-old brother enlisted with the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Also, could a critical failure in Ukraine topple Putin's regime? So I guess, first of all, 12-year-old joining in the Ukrainian Defense Forces, I don't think things are quite that desperate yet, are they?
No, in fact, often teenagers are being turned away from the Ukrainian forces. They generally don't allow teenagers to fight.
There is a tradition with this. I mean, you did have young people fighting in the partisans, and you also had the in World War II. You had the hero pioneers who were pioneers. They were kids in the young pioneers who fought and died in the war, and some of them actually won Hero of the Soviet Union for their actions. Mm-hmm. So it's probably unlikely, but this shit has happened before.
Huh. That is interesting, though, and it does get at. I mean, there are lots of foreign. I know this firm was specifically Ukrainian, but there are also lots of foreign troops coming into Ukraine, and Russia actually bombed a foreign troop training facility in western Ukraine for that exact reason. Getting to your larger question, though, which I think is a good one. Do I see the war in Ukraine destroying the Putin regime? Frankly, no.
Or is that a critical failure?
A critical failure? I mean, it's already a critical failure, to be honest. It's bad. It's really right. It's bad. I think Westerners are too hawkish about the Putin regime falling. You know, they always think it's going to fall around the next corner. And I don't think they actually think about what happens if the Putin regime does fall. Say Putin takes an early retirement, right? Someone who is like a Putin-like figure is going to pretty quickly take his place. It's going to be right-wing. It's going to be nationalist. It's probably going to be more right-wing and nationalist than even Putin is. So I just don't, for a bunch of different reasons, I don't see that happen.
I guess it would mean by critical failure, not economics or strategy, which I'm still of the camp that says remains to be seen, at least on the strategy part. But, the other one, I guess, would be if the military isn't just stalled, but is, Miracle de Vistula stuff, counterattacks by the Ukrainians. They're being driven back to the Russian border. Now, that's a hell of a critical failure, and we don't know for sure, but that is something that I would suspect could topple the regime. If that kind of critical failure, though, which I just don't see happening.
I don't think it's beyond the pale that this would lead to a collapse of the Putin regime. I mean, I think it would, it's...
Same.
There could be some random shit, Putin could, there could be some type of coup. I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. I don't think it's that realistic, though. I think Putin is so paranoid, and he's so surrounded by tranches of defense and bodyguards, that I think any actual coup by anyone with any real power, unless, I don't know, an armored division arrives on his doorstep, I don't think he's going to go that way. I think that in the near future we're going to see Putin and the propaganda machine in Russia work overtime, and Putin will probably be secure enough in Russia, but I think that this war and its larger economic effects will in the long term have the effect of kind of hollowing out any remaining legitimacy for his regime. I think large parts of the Russian population are pretty gung-ho right now, or at least in tacitly supporting the war, but if the sanctions kind of have a longer effect, if the Russian army keeps fucking up, I think we could see like a lot of his legitimacy lessen. I still think he will remain in power, but unless something horrific happens where we do see a total collapse of the Russian army, where a rock falls out of the sky and kills Putin, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was just gonna say, like a sort of slow decline and hollowing out of the regime. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then he's gonna pick a hand-picked successor, basically, eventually, but it'll take a while.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna stay in power till he dies.
That's possible too.
Do it like Stalin
I think so
did.
too. Yeah, I mean, the degree to which the regime is hollowed out, I'm just not bullish on it, given that sanctions haven't worked on a bunch of other countries. But one thing I'd be afraid of with the people who are like going gung-ho for a coup, beyond the fact that you might actually get somebody worse, and yes, there are so many people worse. I mean, people are telling me Putin's Hitler. I'm like, you need to read more.
Yeah.
But also, there's a tendency for failed coups to make people really that much stronger afterwards. Hitler and Yeltsin come to mind, for instance.
I mean, hell, we don't even have to go that far back. Erdogan.
Yeah. Erdogan, yes, I was about to say one. Yeah, exactly. So I know people are like, let's do a coup, and I mean, it's a roll of the dice, what I'm saying. But understand, if your coup fails, he's more powerful than before.
That's right.
That's the way it works.
The other interesting thing, Dreeze, you were talking a little bit earlier about a lot of the Russian sort of, I'm going to use the word intelligentsia leaving, right? Russian liberals leaving. Well, brain drain. That's your opposition. The opposition's leaving.
All the opposition is in Central Asia right now.
Right. Or Georgia or Finland,
It reminds me of... go ahead. But it reminds me of months ago, they were talking about people leaving California because they're disgusted with the policies there and the taxes. So they're talking about Republicans leaving, and then Republicans are saying, and that's why that state is going to turn red, because people are just so sick of Democrats. So all the Republicans leaving is going to make the state turn red?
That sounds about right. That's some solid logic there.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen for a bunch of other reasons too. One of which is the Republican Party of California is very poorly run. But I would also say never, because California is having a lot of problems, and I think in sections of California the Republicans could see a resurgence, but it's unlikely just because of how incompetent their leadership is in the state. So any chance they had anyway is gone just from that.
I mean, they lost Orange County. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a Republican Party that's also shifting away from the Orange Counties of the world in a lot of ways.
No, that's true.
Yeah, I guess the question with the Putin regime is, can he maintain his popularity as the war continues to go poorly? I mean, assuming he doesn't have a breakthrough and the war ends. Because, I mean, Russia, in theory, if they manage to get a major breakthrough and do it a large-scale encirclement, the war could end pretty quickly.
And you might see some erosion on the margins, but this is where, sadly, propaganda machines are very effective. We've seen what Fox News has done in this country, and we're seeing what Russian propaganda and Russian news is doing there. And Russian propaganda is better than Fox News and more sort of all-encompassing, right? Like, you know, sometimes events can break through that, but I think we often underestimate how effective propaganda is on a population.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't, man. I mean, most people say they're into critical thinking, and I'm like, no, you just follow what like CNN or MSNBC or Fox News told you. And
Well,
you
by
just
critical
spout it back at
thinking,
me.
most people mean that they expect other people to believe whatever they believe.
Yeah.
yeah, because they've done.
No,
the
you're right.
Right.
It's yeah. So, I mean, have to be seen, but I once again go back to how many regimes have been toppled by sanctions. Hurt, sure. Toppled, I just want to know.
Yeah.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
I know South African sanctions had some effect, but I'd argue there's bigger factors than any sanctions against South Africa in the 80s. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, our next super chat is from Oscar Palacios for $5. He says, as a war enthusiast, do you guys believe that the future of warfare is going to be less reliant on heavy armor? What's your opinion of Belarus's role? Well, I think we talked about the heavy armor aspect a little earlier.
Yeah, and actually we talked about Belarus too as well.
Yeah.
So I think we answered the question.
Yeah, I guess we inadvertently did. I forgot about this one until just now. But thank you, Oscar, for the donation. Next up, we have Sean Mack for $10. Thank you, Sean Mack. He says, there is a good presentation that debunks the cannon fodder theory by Perun called Sending Their Best, debunking the myth of Russian cannon fodder in Ukraine. Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
Is that like an article or a book?
Perun, Perun. I assume it must be something that's an article or a YouTube video, just based on the fact that it's been available since this war started.
Okay. If true, then Russia's in a lot of trouble. If true.
Yeah.
Even if not true, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, but no, you're now in true disaster trouble, because they were always going to take losses in this conflict. But something like that means you're going to be in much worse shape than before.
I mean, I will say we do know that the Russian state tried to recruit Syrian mercenaries. A state that has a strong reserve of well-trained troops is probably not doing that.
Did that ever go through, or was that a rumor about recruiting?
It was
Syrians?
a rumor. It didn't really go through, from what I heard. But we know a Chechen unit was sent and mostly destroyed around Mariupol. So I'm skeptical about the claim that Russia has some reserve of really excellent troops out there that they haven't put into the battle yet.
I think the better ones have been. No, I think the better ones have been. I think that most of the better ones have already been put in right now. I just meant the first wave sent in.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm talking about like the first 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, that's the evidence I saw outside of a few paratroopers and whatnot. No, at this point the reserves have been committed.
Yeah. Also, internally, was it Chubai? I don't know how you say his name. The architect of privatization after the Cold War. He's fled.
Oh yeah.
I think Putin arrested the head of the FSB. He arrested a few generals. Yeah. So things aren't going super great. But that being said, Putin is not taking it for granted that people will continue to support him. He's definitely cracking down on people he doesn't trust pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah.
That is kind of interesting, though, how Putin has started to purge select elements of the FSB and the military. Again, you can't go wrong with the classics, apparently. But I have read a bit on this that that the one tactic that seems to have frustrated the Russians a little bit in them trying to start the war on their own terms and their own schedule was that the U.S. was kind of releasing this intelligence that, like, oh, they're going to attack today, or they're going to try to do this, or stage a false flag, and apparently Putin it's thought that that there are leaks and spies in the FSB kind of leaking intelligence to the West, and Putin, being a trained counterintelligence agent in the KGB, is like starting to purge or heavily investigate the FSB because there's apparently like a leaking ship there, and what exactly these purges or this investigation will look like is yet to be seen. But it's he's acting like Stalin a little bit. It's the military's fucking up. What the best course of action is? Let's go purge a couple people.
Yeah, stop fucking up.
Yeah,
the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, Dreeze, I think that's really interesting, especially given the topic you study. Like hearing about that's very interesting.
It's almost, and I've made this point before, and I made it when we talked about this earlier. It's like I think from our perspective, in looking and studying the past, a lot of this stuff doesn't seem too much beyond the pale because there's historical precedent for it. But it is really like when I saw that like Putin was arresting certain members of the FSB, I was like, holy shit! Like he is just kind of doing. There's an element of like he's falling back on kind of these older Soviet Russian traditions of blaming officers, arresting them, purging them, and to see it, the stuff that we might have thought was in the past, but to see it kind of again here present in front of us, it's jarring. Maybe not unexpected, or maybe not to be beyond the pale given historical precedents, but it's still very jarring stuff.
And something
I had the opposite reaction. I wasn't jarred at all. Kind of reminded me of Abraham Lincoln. I mean, in the Army of the Potomac, he's firing generals left and right. They threw a few guys. They threw a bunch of people in jail with no accusations. Habeas corpus suspended.
But Abraham Lincoln didn't arrest and purge tens of thousands of military officers. Stalin did.
No.
Go ahead.
No, he didn't. But I think you cut out on me. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, sorry. No, well, I mean, yeah. There's precedent. There might be precedent for that in the U.S., but like Stalin did it on such a larger scale, and it totally fucked over the Red Army, and. Now Putin's doing it, and it's like, oh shit! Like, what are the larger effects of this going to be? How long are we going to have to wait? Decades to see what the larger effects of this is going to be. Who knows? But it is to be able to clearly see, and even I think in modern Russia to clearly see that Stalin's purges really dicked over the Red Army, and to see Putin starting to purge leaders again. I don't know to what extent the Russian public is aware of members of the FSB being arrested, or how extensive these purges are. But it is like, that's probably not going to help at all. That's probably actually going to make things worse. But
no, I'm agreeing with you. I mean, going back to Lincoln, the problem with that was you have an impatient general who's upset with the way his army's being run, plus the army that he's looking at, I'm talking about the Army of the Potomac, that's the one that has this going on, is filled with Democrats, and he's a Republican. So what I'm saying is that there's this tendency in a war where you're losing and you have a political dimension to it and political factions to appease or ones to go against, these sort of things happen. Stalin, of course, did it to, I think, the most extreme extent I know of in history. I mean, the only thing I could think comparable is Hitler in the last few years of World War II is also essentially just purging his army.
In the army, yeah.
And I do think it's worth noting, this is extending down to civilians too. The police are regularly stopping people on the streets and checking their phones and their social media. And if they find anything dissenting, arresting them on the spot. And that level of surveillance is kind of new in Russia. You know, they never had a surveillance on that level. Like they were doing in China, for instance. So it's an authoritarian crackdown on not just officials but also society.
We already do we're doing like a softer version of around here too. I mean, in some ways, a lot of this is Adam Curtis's revenge, because years back when everybody was still high on the internet, he said, no, they're going to use it for surveillance and to crack down on you. And I don't really know any country in the world some are doing it more hardcore than others, especially China and Russia, but I don't know any country in the world that's not trying to take advantage of this to extend their power over people. I just don't know of anybody.
We gotta be careful about false equivalencies, man. Like, there's a difference between police checking your phone on the fucking street and then throwing you in prison. I'm not saying
I'm agreeing it's more extreme. I'm agreeing it's more extreme in Russia. I'm just saying that I'm seeing similar tendencies in the West, and I don't see anything that's going to stop them in the near future. I don't see any call for the ability for people to look at your social media and to make judgments that will affect your life in very negative ways, such as the kind of job you have. I'm not seeing breaks being put on that around here. All right? It's not as bad as Russia, but I'm not seeing breaks.
Well, I think looking at social media is different than rooting through your phone, though.
Yeah. Like, it's on a different...
Guys, I'm agreeing that it's worse there, but I'm telling you, I'm not seeing anything here that's putting a brake on it to where you wouldn't get to that situation eventually. And there are some countries in the West where they do things like that, like in Britain.
I'm not as concerned about that. I mean, we still have open communists on social media right now, and people literally advocating revolution.
That's because communists don't matter. They're a joke. They're LARPers right now. Marxism's dead. Look, what I'm saying is that you have somewhat similar stuff happening in the West, and you're right. It's much worse in Russia, and of course, it's a lot worse in China. But what I'm saying is that it's not like there's some countervailing force right now that I see that's going to make it to where that's going to get better. I'm opposed to all of this that's happening in regards to social media in China, Russia, and the West. But I just don't see anything stopping that from happening. I only see it getting stronger and more powerful as the years go on. And I'm more concerned about in the West because I don't live in China or Russia, and they're not invading us anytime soon. But I am run by people in America who seem to be perfectly fine with this kind of stuff, if in a maybe a softer, gentler version, but still pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I feel like it's appropriate to be concerned about censorship in some ways. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but that's just my take.
That's you. I worry about it. It's a big concern for me. Terrifies me. I don't like it. And you're telling me they're doing that in Russia? I mean, sorry. I was telling my brother one time, I was like, literally there's like no country in the world I'm rooting for. I think everything's a nightmare right now, and I don't like any of these people. I mean, what are you going to do?
No, that's fair. Anyway. I mean, it was more on my mind because I was set to take a research trip to Russia. I should be there right now, right? So, like, if it's not going to be a safe place for me to research, it does affect my career. So,
well, no, that's kind of something. That's kind of something that I was thinking of, because I've lived and worked in Russia and Kazakhstan, and the level of surveillance. Like, I always knew, the government controls the internet there. They can see whatever you're doing, but it's like. The whole like rooting through your phones, that is new. That is terrifyingly new over there.
All right.
Anyway, sorry.
I see. Sean, I also see your point. It's definitely something to be concerned about. But the rooting through your phone that is terrifying.
No, be clear on my end. I both concede to you. What's happening in China and Russia is far worse than anything over here right now. So I have no doubts about that. Sorry, I'll stop. I'm starting to feel despair right now.
Oh no.
All right. Well,
going the spiral downwards.
Okay.
Yep. Regular old doomer here.
All right. So next super chat comes to us from Philip for $5. Thank you, Philip. He says, hearing you guys talk about Russian aircraft and how expensive they are gives me World War I dreadnought vibes.
Is it?
I guess because, the Germans spent a lot of resources building them and then couldn't actually really use them because the risk of losing them would have been too devastating.
But it does... I guess that, we see kind of figures in the media like, Russia's got thousands of aircraft. And I think that, begs the question, if those numbers are accurate, you would think the Russians might be willing to lose more, or maybe they are, or I don't know. You would think that the Russians could dominate the skies more based solely on numerical superiority, but as Derek pointed out, that's not their strategy. But I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I hear some people talking about how Russia's holding back and they're about to really unleash their first line troops and everything will end suddenly and it'll be a brilliant victory. The thing is also, if you think about the cost of modern war, if you prolong a war unnecessarily by doing stuff like that, it's very it's damaging to your country. Not only that, but if you really want to make an impression politically, you win fast. You don't make the war drag out longer than you have to, because you'll be wasting money, losing lives, and looking weak. So,
yeah, you should ask the Kaiser what happened to him too.
Well, I think the calculation with the aircraft is they don't need it. They don't need to risk losing it to win. Might also be a calculation there.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the dreadnought
compared to blow up.
Yeah, I think the comparison to dreadnoughts is a really good one. I didn't even think of, but it's true. I think there's a lot of truth in that one. You don't want to lose these expensive weapons, and you're thinking of the German high seas fleet, but that was a general thing that debilitated quite a few other dreadnought navies as well. Like the Italians and the Austro-Hungarians didn't go at it, partially because they're terrified of mines.
Yeah. Or the Italian.
So yeah, that's. Yeah. Some of that also to do with them running low on gas. But there's that whole concept in naval warfare of the fleet in being, which is, even if my fleet's not going out to fight, the fact that it exists means part of your fleet has to monitor it, so at least that part of your fleet's taken care of, or at least detained. What's interesting is of all the modern navies I know of, the one that really just said, nah, fuck it, we're going all in, was the Japanese. I mean, one guy said any rational country would have looked at what was left of their fleet when they were definitely going to lose the war and said, let's just not lose all the ships. We may need these after the war to form the core of a new navy. No, we got to throw them all in. That's why there's barely anything afloat when the war's over.
Yeah.
And they were out of gas, too, by the end.
Yeah, by 1945, yeah, but like when they do Leyte Gulf, they've got gas because they kept the battleships in Borneo and such. But what's interesting about that is they were pumping unrefined fuel into the ships. So there's a belief that a lot of the Japanese ships were even more explosion prone in the last months of the war, which is a lot of evidence for that with the way the Congo sinks, the Onryu, and a variety of other warships.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, if you want to... Hey, you want to read something horrible sometime, read about how the Onryu sank. I mean, it was carrying suicide bombs, so when the torpedo hit, it set off the kamikaze, like these kind of like guided kamikaze bomb planes. So the carrier just kind of explodes, and I think out of 2,000 people on board, 200 survive?
Damn.
Less than 200? Yeah.
All right. Another super chat comes to us from De Iverson Silva de Jesus for $10 of a currency that begins with R. So I'm not really sure what that is, but thank you. He says the bear has awakened. The final confrontation between West and East is closing.
Okay.
Then Derek, you'd better spend that money quickly.
Oh, God. The bear is awoken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I wonder if they said that during the Crimean War, or the World War I, or World War II.
I don't know. I mean, I
Ring of
feel
those-
like the bear has awakened many times.
Yeah, poke the bear.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Philip again for $5. Thank you, Philip. He says, "Hey guys, not sure if you've covered this, but how much has the mud season affected Russian efforts? Would its end significantly boost Russia's efforts?" I feel like we have talked about that.
Yeah, that's probably from earlier before we got to it.
Yeah. And I guess obviously, yeah, mud is a huge issue in that part of the world. But I imagine I don't know this for sure, but somebody said Russian tanks are specifically built to be able to deal with mud. So
Yeah, but it could be a reason why there's not a big offensive push right now, right? As all the snow's melting and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw another resumption of the campaign in and movement of forces in maybe like 2 weeks or something like that because of the mud.
you think maybe Russia will try to make their big move once things are drier?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
If they're able to move enough gasoline to the front, maybe.
I mean that's a question. We'll see if the logistics catch up in the next 2 weeks or so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think with the Rasputitsa, like, yeah, the if I recall correctly, like the Russian tank treads are always pretty wide, which gives them a better traction or better fairing in snow and mud. But like the mud can get really, really bad, and also again, like with the logistics, those run on trucks with big tires, but even trucks with big tires can get stuck in the mud in pretty nasty fashion. I think we've seen images of that already.
Yeah, that's probably also really exacerbating logistical problems, because if you're trying to surround areas, you don't just follow roads. I mean, you have to deploy off the roads sometimes, but your supply lines still follow the roads, and your trucks have to go off-road to get gas where it needs to be. So, I mean, obviously things are going to get a lot easier once there's no more mud. And then, at that point, I think that will be the decisive point of the war, when they're in a position to actually launch their final offensive to try to strike a death blow. So, effectively, if the Russian offensive, the spring offensive, fails, then that might be game. But if it succeeds, then that's game the other way. And
We'll
that's
see.
assuming that mud has that much of an impact, which I can't really say for sure. So, and also, how much ammo do the Ukrainians have left? And are they able to restock in time to counter? I don't know. Okay. Next up, we have one from Thomas DeRosa for $10. Thank you, Thomas. He says, "Do you think Russia refusing to accept payments for gas in currency other than rubles will prop up their currency? Also, do you think China will respond to its officials being sanctioned?"
First one, no. I think the ruble is not in a good spot. I was reading some economic analysis and predictions that inflation rates in Russia might be 15% this year, which is horrifying.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Inflation is all the rage right now. That's what all the cool kids are doing.
That's true. There is a global inflation thing going on, so
15%, though, that's real fucking bad.
I wanna have like a place like Uzbekistan where I had to like give over a whole brick of cash to like buy a loaf of bread and a couple bags of chips.
Right.
I actually when I was in Uzbekistan, the currency was so inflated that I exchanged about $100 worth, and it was just this atrocious amount of cash, like actually difficult to carry around. It was so much cash, but it was worth again only $100. Shit was insane.
Damn. I mean, how much purchasing power? So it had $100 of purchasing power, but you had to get a backpack for it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you had to use actual physical power to prop up your purchasing power.
Is it like that German wheelbarrow stuff in the 1920s?
Yeah, it's
German hyperinflation. Get your wheelbarrows out.
right.
Yeah.
Right. No, my my Uzbek teacher, when I was studying Uzbek in the U.S., he would tell me like, yeah, in order to buy plane tickets, he had to get like trash bags and just like cram them full of bills, just like huge amounts of cash, just to pay for like $1,000 for like round trip tickets.
Damn.
Did any of you guys hear about the Chinese official that was sanctioned according to the comment? I hadn't heard any news on that.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
I didn't know
about that either.
I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Yeah.
Well, what was the statement about that one again?
Will China respond to their officials being sanctioned? Which I assume means like a UN slap on the wrist or something they said, maybe?
Yeah, that's all we ever do to China. We just slap them on the wrist.
Oh, yeah. I just saw an article. State Department announced a round of sanctions against Chinese officials over human rights abuses. I think that's pretty small potatoes.
Yeah, I doubt they give a shit.
Well, yeah.
I feel like this isn't the first time that's happened.
No, I don't think so.
Alright, well, thank you for that, Thomas. Next up we have Tactical Zebra 014, which is a pretty good Xbox Live username. Tactical Zebra asks for $10, thank you. He says, Sean said he thinks Russians are winning due to taking territory. Due to international support, I don't think that's a good measure of success. What does territory matter if the Ukrainian army is intact?
I think that actually brings a really interesting question here as to what counts as success for Russia in this war, given what happened. I don't know. I think there's an interesting debate to be had on it.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier with the moral victory is, but that was less about the preservation of the Ukrainian army. But yeah, it raises the question of like the price that Russia's paying for the land that they're seizing. Like Mariupol is being bombed to shit. They're gonna have to, if they wanted to do anything, they're gonna have to spend huge amounts of money to rebuild everything. And I think it's still the issue is still out as to whether or not this. How this will be interpreted as a victory for Russia.
I mean, it's going to be Pyrrhic no matter what, but I also hold to the fact that we are going to take substantial hits as well when our economy really can't deal with it. And same thing with Europe as well, which is why I go back to China's the winner of this war, no matter what happens. But no, I'm just simply saying, if the Russians are the ones gaining territory, and they're not being ejected from Ukraine, then they are winning. That doesn't mean they're winning well. It doesn't mean victory's cheap. It just means that they're winning. And sure, the Ukrainian army is relatively intact. They do have significant forces that are surrounded. And while they have raised a lot of troops, there are a lot of questions about the capabilities of some of those newly raised troops. So, remains to be seen. But currently, at this point, we're winning.
All right. Yeah.
You guys.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to make a joke about the tactical zebra.
Oh. Go ahead.
do you think he's friends with the combat wombat?
Oh, too good of a pun. Too good of a pun. I will just say we'll agree to disagree on that, Sean, about territorial gain. I think most of the regions they've gained are not particularly economically helpful for Russia. They're kind of backwaters that they have to support. So it actually, like, Russia taking Donetsk and Luhansk actually hurts their economy. Doesn't help it.
But again, this is also interpreted as like a propaganda victory for Russia.
Yeah, no, that's
they've gone, they went to war supposedly to stop the genocide of Russians at the hands of the Ukrainians, and here they are rescuing, these eastern regions which are majority Russian, and they could be like, we've rescued them, we are returning them to the greater Rus. Everything's victorious, we won. Communism's here, guys.
Well, Hey, that will play well. I mean, for one thing, I mean, there were like atrocities committed against Russians in Ukraine. I mean, and once again, like we said, mutual atrocities have been used by both sides to before the war expanded what it is right now to rally both sides to the war. Yeah, I mean, Michael, I know what you mean about the economic costs, but I mean, war is really not usually that good for economies to begin with. Never really has been. I mean, all the research now shows that industrialization in the economy of the North was actually hurt by the Civil War, not helped. I mean, America in World War II is like the great exception. So I don't know. They may have underestimated the economic. They probably did underestimate the economic cost they're suffering, but the Russians sure as hell didn't do this for money.
Yeah, no, I mean they did it for prestige, but there's a difference between. There's a difference between capturing Kyiv and getting the huge prestige out of it, and then just slowly backing away and being like, "We got Donetsk, hooray!" Like, can they sell that on their propaganda TV? Sure, they can. Is it going to be celebrated in Russian streets as a massive victory? No,
absolutely not. But there, I've heard as a possible motivation is that due to global war, and again I don't know if this is true, but that Putin is after Ukrainian farmland, the Black Earth region, because of worries and fears about global warming and how that might be affecting the agricultural reasons of Russia. I don't know if that's true, but I can definitely see Putin being like, who the fuck cares about what the current situation is? I need to make sure that Russia has enough land so that Russia can feed itself going into the future. But, who knows?
Oh yeah, I think so. That makes sense with his thinking overall.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
He's not.
Next up, we have Zan Looney for $5 Australian. Thank you, Zan. And he says, Western media says Putin is doing badly, yet he is methodically destroying the wealth of the Ukrainian people by bombing their houses.
And I mean, I think this gets into sort of the interesting discussion where we're in just a second ago. Putin can be losing, and Ukraine can also be losing.
Oh yes,
total war against Ukrainian cities is not good for Ukraine. Like an existential fight for national survival is not good for your country. Yeah. I won't go as far to say China's winning, but I agree with John more than the people saying Ukraine's coming out great out of this. No, they're going to come out a destroyed wreck, but one that will have some degree of agency if they want to align with their West, which was their goal. So, it's a fucking tragedy, is what it is, in terms of the number of people dying.
Yeah, I think again, it is. Western media is portraying the Ukrainians as almost like they're winning, and I think they're doing exceptionally well. Again, they're still able to preserve the Ukrainian army, and it has stopped the Russians, which I think is, or halted the Russians in a lot of areas, which I think is it's a victory of some caliber, but no, it is horrendous. We don't know how much Ukraine is suffering because the Ukrainian government is not releasing that information. Or it's only releasing the information that it wants us to know.
Yeah, no, the Ukraine military, what they've certainly done is not insignificant, but I take the commenter's point very well, the Super Chat point very well, because, I think it is being oversold, which I will say also makes me nervous. I'm not nervous, but I do wonder if, let's just say the Ukraine military does collapse and the Russians do have a great victory within 3 weeks, if that does happen. I mean, how do you react in the West after you've been fed a diet of Ukraine's winning? I mean, do we do a COVID and just move on to the next crisis? That seems what we do nowadays.
I think it would be more like the morning after 2016. Funereal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You think they would go into people actually would be in like full shock and they're like, oh God, it's over, and they got smashed in the end.
Yeah,
probably
that'd be the reaction. I mean, especially in blue-leaning areas, people would be horrified, and there would be people literally crying on social media, and yeah, a lot of things would happen like that. It'd be a lot like the morning after Hillary lost.
Okay.
That was a rough morning.
Seeming more doubtful now. Yeah, I've seen rougher. I guess I've seen rougher. Katrina, I've seen rougher than Hillary
Fair
losing.
enough.
I don't know. I felt weird because I didn't want him to win, but I wanted her to lose. So I just felt weird.
Yeah, because I would have taken a certain amount of satisfaction in seeing either of them lose because I found them both insufferable. But at the same time, you think about the prospect of Trump being president, pretty worrisome. I did not sleep that night.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I thought the worst thing was that everybody became more like assholes afterwards, right and left.
Yeah,
pretty bad stuff out there, especially right now, man. People are crazy right now. We're having a massive crime spike in New Orleans, and like horrible crimes too. Like some woman got her arm ripped off last week.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Like,
yeah,
like an animal attack, or like.
These three or four teenagers carjacked a woman, and then they get her out of the car. They didn't even bother to make sure she was gone before they sped off, and the car just ripped her arm right off.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I was at a bar a few nights ago, and I went outside, and literally it was just a dude who was just getting the shit beat out of him, and I'm like, I've never seen this before. So. People are nuts out there right now. People are fucking crazy out there right now. Look for the crime rate to keep climbing because all the indicators show that's going to happen.
Damn. I guess it's what Arthur Fleck said in The Joker. It's crazy out there.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking Joker. Man.
It's also definitely a sign of the times when. We're looking to the Joker to make prophetic references to the current state of the world.
Yeah. It seems more like a documentary than anything else. The
question is, what does Cesar Romero Joker think of the world? That's my question.
He probably just come up with some goofy-ass scheme to try to profit off of it. He might be one of those guys who sells bonus buckets with Jim Baker.
Well, I'd definitely be suspicious of a clown that has clown makeup on, but still hasn't, shaved his mustache off.
Yeah,
that's the real sign of insanity right there.
Yeah.
So the next Mardi Gras parade is gonna make somebody throwing out money, and then they're just gonna gas people in the streets. So just throwing that out there. All right, what do we got?
All right. Next one comes to us from Sebiokus for £10. Thank you, sir. He says it's going to be 1917 again in Russia.
It's going to be 1905. maybe if Russia's unlucky, it's going to be 1905. But the Tsar will remain in power. Is my take.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
I think. Well, I mean. I think, Michael, you said the most telling thing. The opposition isn't staying and fighting and organizing; they're running.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the issue.
So yeah, I don't know about no 1905 on this one. I mean, hell, do you think fucking up in the Winter War suddenly made Stalin less powerful, or hell, even 1941? I mean, really, if there was any moment where they were going to kill Stalin, wouldn't it have been in the first few weeks of World War II? But nope, didn't happen. Why? Because there is no organized opposition party.
Yeah. The only person who lost some power after Finland was Voroshilov, and that probably saved Russia and World War II as a whole.
Yeah. He still had Voroshilov.
Yeah, he still had a lot of things, and he still continued to be honored after Stalin was dead up until 1962 or whenever he died. So I mean, he didn't suffer that much. And he still got to carry Stalin's sword at Yalta, or whatever conference that was where he dropped it.
Tehran,
yeah. Still my favorite thing about him.
Yeah, I think the closest thing to 1917 we could see is, I don't know, the Russian army fucking up more.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so it might be more like, say, 1915, rather than 1917, where things truly broke down, just where they're not doing so hot, and where it's a little embarrassing, and they're looking for a new general or whatever.
I guess, man. I go more Winter War, because I don't think the Ukrainians are exactly the Kaiser's legions.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And we'll see if we see a Brusilov offensive.
Yeah, that'd be
digging
interesting.
deep.
What about next super chat from Nicholas for $2 Canadian? I bet Sean already knows what this will be about. He says, Julia Misa was a Russian sleeper agent. And just for context, Julia Misa was the grandmother of Elagabalus, who effectively betrayed him and sided with his cousin Severus Alexander so he could become emperor in his stead.
That's great. That's just fucking great.
I like how there's no context here. The super chat is just Julia Misa was a Russian sleeper agent.
I'm going to defer to you guys on this.
I would just like to say Elagabalus' blessings to you.
Yeah. Alright, Elagabalus' blessings to all. Okay, so the last super chat of the evening comes to us from Kaiser Konegrotzer for $10. Thank you, Kaiser. He says, I have yet to hear a reason why the fate of European oligarchy that 95% of Americans couldn't find on a map is worth self-inflicting economic havoc on ourselves. Washington is spinning in his grave.
I don't think the sanctions we put on Russia is really greatly affecting our economy. So this is something else. The Russian gas that we're getting rid of is, I think, less than 8% of our gas supply, which we can pretty easily get from other sources. So it's not. It just doesn't affect us that much, to be honest.
Well, I think he was more commenting about how involved the United States is in foreign affairs, because wasn't it George Washington in his farewell speech was like, stay out of international conflagrations and webs of affairs?
Oh, yeah. I assumed he was talking there about the degree we're specifically involved in Ukraine, though. If it's a larger point about American empire, we can have a whole another debate on that.
Yeah. Hard to say.
Yeah, I'd like to say I love the name. I love your Consagrats. A great name. I mostly share your sentiment. Actually, I know not mostly. I do. I share your sentiment. I don't know why we need to concern ourselves with a country that's way outside of our sphere of influence. I just don't know. It's perplexing to me.
It wants to be in our sphere of influence.
Stupid. All those things.
Yeah?
Yeah, great. We need to rule the whole world.
Well, it's not us ruling.
I don't know.
It is interesting, though, and this might get a larger discussion on U.S. foreign policy here. I generally support the role of the U.S. in trying to uphold the world order in Europe and Asia. Where it loses me is our involvement in the Middle East, where I literally just don't care. I don't understand.
We're obviously not welcome.
Bases. Exactly, yeah. I don't get why we have bases in Kuwait, to be blunt. I don't get why we have places. I don't get why we care in the fight between Saudi Arabia and Iran over influence in the Middle East. I literally don't give a damn who we side with there. It's silly. I don't get why we give military weapons to Saudi Arabia to bomb the shit out of Yemen. What does that do for U.S. foreign policy goals? Whereas I think there are
doesn't do with petrodollars.
As what? Sorry, go ahead.
Doesn't it do with petrodollars or something?
I guess, but why should we like? I don't know. We produce enough oil ourselves. Like I just don't. Like,
I think really when it comes to what dependence we do have on the Middle East for oil, part of that's because of the structure of their national oil market. Another part is that we use too much goddamn oil.
Yeah,
that's really what the problem is. So if we don't want to deal with Saudi Arabia, we could go with more alternative energy, or we could go with more fuel efficiency, or some combination of those two things. I mean, call me crazy, but I think that's better than fucking around in the Middle East interminably. I don't know.
build some more EVs. There are other options out here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, probably doing an entire discussion one time on American imperialism would be really great to discuss, because you get to get into like the aspects of anti-imperialism in America, which is a current, but also just the fact that if you really think about it, we're an imperial project before we're even an independent country. So it's in many ways it's already baked into the cake. I mean, is it really a surprise that we went ahead and seized land from the Spanish Empire once we were done seizing land in the West, or at least securing it, right?
Yeah,
So
that's exactly right. Well, and American empire is very peculiar too, right? Because we can never admit we have an empire. So we have to do shit like, we seize Cuba from Spain, and we're like, you're independent. And we do the same in the Philippines, and we're like, you're independent. Oh, you're shooting us again. Oh, well, we'll just pretend you're independent, but you're actually not.
We'll stay until we determine that you are good to go.
Yeah. So it gets the American Empire is very interesting.
At least we paid Napoleon for Louisiana.
Only Napoleon. We didn't fucking pay the Osages or the Fox, or any of the indigenous people who actually control the land there. That gets at another aspect of American Empire that's very different.
Yeah. We did pay Mexico.
Huh?
We did pay Mexico. We took their land, then we paid them.
Yeah. So it's legitimacy. That's what it's called.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a country. I mean, yeah, it's most certainly, definitely a country founded on conquest. But I guess I view empire in some ways. I mean, I hate empire, but another part of me is like, well, I mean, it isn't. Nature abhors a void. It's not like if we disappeared, the world would suddenly get all sunshine. I mean, whatever complaints I'm having about America, like I had about the social media stuff, pales in comparison to what they do in Russia and China.
Yeah,
but
I think that's something to consider. Like if we weren't, exerting influence and imperial power and ambition abroad, Russia and China would. And for all the shit that's wrong with America, and there's a lot of shit that's wrong with it, it's still a hell of a lot better than what's going on in Russia or China.
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of the irony, right? Where I often support efforts of decolonization or giving land back within the American Empire, giving more rights to native nations here. But then I see people argue stuff like, don't support America's imperialist war in Ukraine. And I'm like, what the fuck are you on? Right? And
we need all that grain.
Yeah, right. And so there is this irony where American Empire at home, I think, is terrible. But yet we're using our forces to uphold the independence of Taiwan and Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, and I think that's generally a good thing. So, it's a complicated world.
Yeah, I mean, I just on my end, I'm inherently more of an isolationist, and I think America is one of the only countries that can actually pull it off because we have two giant oceans, and Canada and Mexico are no threat, and we have lots of resources.
Right.
And so a big part of me is I mean, in the case of something like Ukraine, I'm very much like, hey, that's Russia's sphere of influence. We've overextended ourselves. This is ridiculous. No wonder they're fighting. No wonder the Russians are fighting tooth and claw over this place. For them, it's existential. How would we feel if Mexico joined an anti-American alliance? All this sort of stuff, right? But I also know that if you leave, that's a void. and who's going to come into that void? I mean, I don't know, but Russia seems best poised. Could also be Germany. It's like you said, a complicated world, and if you look at it, like one person was pointing out something. You had the order that was set up by the Congress of Vienna that essentially, I mean, there were bumps, especially the Crimean War came close to breaking that, and then some people would even argue it kind of did, but the Congress of Vienna, that setup exists to a degree up to the First World War. Right? And it isn't like when the British Empire is on the decline, and of course these great monarchies, these dynasties that have ruled for centuries are gone. What comes into the void? Fascism, Nazism, communism, and then I don't even know what I label the Japanese precisely, but and none of these are good alternatives. Like all of these are worse than the already bad alternatives that were there that fought the First World War. And I don't know what kind of ideologies would necessarily be waiting in the wings to come in. So it's trying to set up a kind of world order that's peaceable is very, very tricky, and we're all just very lucky the Cold War never truly went hot. I mean, sure, it got really horrible in the Third World, but we're all lucky that it didn't expand to something even worse than that.
That didn't irradiate, you might say.
Yeah. We didn't reenact the Fallout series. The good Fallout games, Fallout 1 and 2. Okay, not that other stuff that came out later.
Fallout
New Vegas is. Las Vegas is good. The New Vegas one was good. All right, but Fallout 3 is okay.
3 is good.
Yeah, I've only played 3.
I like Fallout
3?
4. Fallout 4 is not the best, but you can fly in a jetpack. That's pretty cool.
That's fun. I liked New Vegas, but also I found out later on that New Vegas was the only one of the Fallout games, where they did the first-person shooter thing, where actually they had team members from the original 2 games working on it, and there was an attempt to make that the Fallout 3 that we never got for for the original run for the first 2 games, because they were making a third game and then it got canceled and a bunch of stuff happened, but yeah, so I'm sorry I was a bit rambling and everything, because what you were talking about, Michael, is something I think about a lot lately with all this going on, as we're seeing. America's fighting back tooth and claw as well against Russia right now, but as hard as we fight back against them, to what degree are we going to fight back or able to fight back against China? Because China and Russia are making the play for a multipolar world. That's what they want.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the system that was set up at the end of World War II, Bretton Woods system, 1945, right? That the U.S. helped set up this international order, right? And it's going through. We are openly questioning whether that system will remain to some degree. It's gone from being a unipolar system to one that's now contested by Russia and China. And to a lesser degree by other sort of emerging countries. How much is that system going to remain? And what aspects of it are going to change? People were pronouncing the death of NATO before this conflict. Well, I don't know. Maybe NATO's going to stick around longer than we expect, right? But yeah.
I mean, the only problem you might have with that is, now that people in Europe have longer memories of fine generally, especially in Eastern Europe, but NATO and the EU have their own fractures, and let's say your war in Ukraine's wrapped up and those reemerge, and what if those are more potent? I mean, we don't really know. We've been in this situation of chaos, of a very chaotic world, for at least 20 years, and definitely since 2008, and it shows no sign of abating right now. I do want to ask you, besides Russia and China, what were some of the other emerging countries you think would want to challenge that system? I know India seems to always try to exist in a kind of gray between all of these countries in a lot of ways. They want good relations with China and America. I'm sorry, with Russia and America at the same time. Not China, my bad. Sorry about that. Discount that. Just misspoke. Kind of tired. But anyway. But is there anybody like who else do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I was mainly thinking India. I think they're going to be very relevant as to they're trying to still trade with Russia and with us. During the Trump administration, they moved to us a little bit more, but in this conflict, they haven't really. So I think it's India is kind of, we'll see kind of where they go or whether they continue to try to continue their policy of neutrality. I mean, to a lesser degree, I'm curious sort of what Brazil does as well. They've been doing the whole sort of Trumpist thing with like Bolsonaro, though with its own peculiar Brazilian style, right? Which has lots of ties to the old military rule back then in the 80s. So, I'll be kind of curious where they end up as well. The larger question is this one of the rise of the authoritarian right and right-wing competitive authoritarian governments. So not like full-on authority, not like a China, but like Poland, India, Brazil. And then whether the U.S., are we going to continue being the sort of beacon of liberal democracy, or are we going to kind of more go the Trumpist road and, become more of like a light Poland in terms of, politics? I don't know. We can go a couple of different ways in terms of that. So that might all affect how this sort of multipolar world shapes out.
If you do think there'll be a Trumpist thing coming about, but I'd say from my last thing is that what interests me, and I was even seeing trends, you can see trends of it 10, 15 years ago in particular, is I believe an overall abandonment. I mean, it's a slow one, and they still talk the language of liberalism, philosophical liberalism, but I honestly believe the American right and left, Republicans and Democrats, are moving away from that. I think they're also moving towards a kind of illiberal democracy, and our democracy in many ways already is just kind of a farcical play. So, it remains to be seen how that plays out, but I'm not really seeing political alternatives in America that are popular right now, or at least have legs that make me think that's going to reverse those trends.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of where I see things going, too. I mean, Biden is not inspiring confidence for the sort of center-left in this country right now, among anyone.
No.
No.
Lord, no. And I heard I heard another Kamala Harris speech. I've been really drunk in my life, and I've never sounded as incoherent as she did. Oh God.
Womp womp.
I mean, if she's drunk, I'm okay with it. I get it then, But if she's stone cold sober, saying that kind of shit,
I mean, I think there's a reason why everyone in the country was like, "Wow, look at Zelensky, so amazing."
Yeah.
We don't have popular political leaders in this country right now. Like, no one is popular. We hate all of our political parties and all the politicians in them. So, that's kind of where we're at.
That's true.
All right, guys.
We got a couple more super chats.
We came in while we were rambling. Okay.
So
great.
Nicholas for $2. Nicholas $2 Canadian says, "Welcome to the Brotherhood, Sean."
Thank you very much.
Is that a Fallout reference?
No, it's just a thing Nicholas does talking about the cult of Elagabalus.
Oh, okay.
Or technically the cult of Elagabalus, since Elagabalus means like worshipper of Elagabal.
Yeah.
And Wicamix for $5, thank you, Wicamix, says, "Do you think increased military spending in Europe can lead to the U.S. letting Europeans handle European defense and U.S. focus on other areas?"
China. People have mentioned that.
Yeah, I mean, I think policymakers, especially national security experts and defense experts would be very happy about that, to not have to subsidize European defense anymore. Yeah, they would love that. But as Sean says, we keep trying to pivot to Asia, keep failing. So we will see if that ever goes through.
I think that's definitely the hope. No, I mean that's definitely going to be the hope. But you know what? You got to consider something else too. If Russia loses horribly in Ukraine, like you get a Miracle of Vistula situation, or like we're talking like worst case scenario for Russia right now. That very well could make those military budgets go right back down to shrinking again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Also, I think it's worth thinking a little bit more holistically about this U.S. foreign policy. We forget the whole Trans-Pacific Partnership, the whole TPP plan that Obama had. The goal of that was not economic; it was political. It was to create a trade association against China, but resistance from both the right and the left killed it. Which I don't know. I didn't like all of its provisions, but in some ways, I thought that was kind of a shame because it was a political move, and I think that's often forgotten.
Yeah, although the whole idea of allowing corporations to sue for loss of expected profit, I mean, that's a bridge too far when it comes to corporate power and corporate rule. That is...
I mean, it's bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
There's nothing in that would be worth that provision.
I kind of think they run things anyway, but also I tend to I tend to prioritize foreign policy a little bit more than the average person. So that's the other thing for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd say one of the biggest issues, aside from just pure economics, is limiting corporate power.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's... if I had to make a top 5, that's up there with the environment and the economy, labor rights, it's a very fundamental issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, did we do the last one? Yes, we did. So we got through everything.
All right.
So we hit all the bases. We did what Russians could not, and we accomplished all of our objectives.
Excellent.
Hey, you know what? I had a brilliant theory today that all of this that's going on in Russia, this, there is the question of if Putin falls, if he dies, if he's overthrown, if a rock falls out of the sky and kills him, who is going to replace him? And I was thinking holy shit, maybe all of this is being orchestrated for possibly the greatest comeback we've ever seen. And that Mikhail Gorbachev, even though he's 117 years old, he might be plotting, to come back. And he's got to get rid of Putin and then reassume his authority over the former Soviet Union.
If we could all be so lucky to have Gorbachev running again.
Yeah, Gorbachev comes back, and simultaneously Jimmy Carter decides it's time for a second term.
Oh, God.
No one would have seen it coming.
Yeah.
My name's Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
The world's a confusing place, and you need experience. Lots and lots of experience.
You thought we had a gerontocracy. Time to put on the 90-year-old.
Yeah.
A super gerontocracy.
The problem with our leaders today, men like Joe Biden, they were young men, young whippersnappers when I was president. I was already a man in my prime at that time. I've been in my prime for many decades.
Oh my goodness. I mean, isn't Gorbachev still in his 70s though?
Gorbachev's in his 90s now.
Oh, he is? Oh, really? Okay, he's that old now.
I mean, he was young, youngish 40 years ago, but now he's old.
Yeah. No, I think a Gorbachev-Carter comeback, I think that is the way forward.
Yeah. I like it. Okay, yeah, 91. Oh my gosh, wow, that's incredible.
Can you imagine, like, if he had remained in power, like he would have been like the longest serving leader of the Soviet Union.
By far.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah, oh, fascinating.
Yeah.
Well,
been
if Putin falls, then I'm sure we will have another one of these.
Yeah, I'll have another one of these, and we'll talk. We'll advocate for Gorbachev to come back.
Excellent.
Resurrection.
Yeah, the Gorbachev round 2. Let's do it. Pizza Huts still exist. I mean, they've declined a bit, but they're still around. So
Yeah, I've actually last time I was in Russia, I ate Pizza Hut. It's
Huh.
good stuff.
I mean, if Gorbachev comes back, like we're saying, then I think Pizza Hut needs to reopen dine-in options.
There's isn't there still the Pizza Hut with the dine-in options there on Lane Avenue, just west of
Nope.
OSU?
That one closed its dining room. Actually, the lane location closed completely.
Oh no!
And there are more Pizza Huts in the area, but none of them do dine-in anymore. So
There truly is nothing beautiful in this world anymore.
I think there is still one dine-in Pizza Hut, and I don't remember what state it's in. It's either Iowa or somewhere in like rural New Hampshire. So it's somewhere sort of isolated, but there is still one in the U.S.
I hope it's in Iowa.
If it is, I mean,
Yeah,
you
you can make a pilgrimage out there.
It's kind of like the last Blockbuster in Oregon.
Oh, that's a...
But anyway, so I guess we hit all our bases, and yeah, I guess we can call it a night. Thank you everybody for joining, and thank you all the people who participated in the chat tonight, all the people who did super chats, and thank you to John and Michael and Sean for coming out tonight.
Definitely.
Yeah, thank you guys. This was fun.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do for next week yet, but I will let you know when I know. So, good night, everybody, and good luck. All right, we're